the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the onside. Regulation 5 on the offside. We've got a 5-5 field. No, we're changing that up now. We're changing that up. So now we've got six on the offside and 4 on the onside. So once again, he now is going to have to be very disciplined with her line and length. He does not want to stray onto the legs because that will be easy pickings for Satish. Satish pushes that one into the offside and they jog through for 1. The right-hander comes and we see Brenda Tao wave in directions, making sure her team know exactly what the plan is, exactly where to field. And they know now, after looking at these players for a couple of days, the strength and weakness of the players too, the areas to bowl. The tall angular figure of Uza. It was a delightful interview with her on Wednesday, and she comes disciplined, pushed down towards mid-off. Slight fumble, but definitely no run there, no risk this time. Yeah, she's been around the traps for a while, 27 years of age, and played a lot of cricket. I think at one stage I think it was in a T20 game, I'll have to check, it was against Bahrain, or I forget who it was, 156 games in a 2020 Big Bash game, my goodness me. Here we come. Thomas in, again, a great line. And well done to our captain Brenda Tao. She is putting pressure on her own fields, but making sure the bowlers are bowling to a specific plan. She must land this on or outside the off stump. Again, she's gone the big heave-ho for that one. We're moving around. Oh, and it dropped short. It dropped short. I reckon that was Brenda's plan. Let's see if they will take us on in these first power play overs. So having the offside set and something even slightly straighter, the batsman in that case was Uza, said, let's have a crack at this one. If I get over the infield, it's going to be runs. It's gone backward of the keeper. It's one of those frustrating ones in between the two fieldsmen. So that's a let off for Uza, but I think she's gone with a definite plan today to really take it up to the bowlers. Thomas comes around the wicket to the left-hander. Bit of loop, a bit of spin, and beautifully taken by keeper Brenda Tao. Wouldn't that have been a bonus, H, if the PNG Lowers had picked up an early wicket of the captain, especially after me telling them about the 156 in the T20 game. And we come once more on the back foot, pushes it off to the cover point region, and well fielded. So Tomo can be happy with her first over today. She's taken up where she left off on Wednesday. A very polished performance once again. Line, length, flight, variation, and that little bit of off spin, and the arm ball that comes on a little bit quicker as well. Plus, being so tall, she gets an amazing amount of bounce off such a laconic action, doesn't she, H? H is very impressed. H just told me he'd hit her over the fence here at Amini Park if he had a chance, but I said, in your dreams, H, in your dreams. Someone once said yesterday, they said, is this H really exist, or is he a figment of your imagination? I said, H is here. You'll hear him scratching away on the whiteboards. In comes Tom to bowl. Uza faces sort of a play and a miss, but it's been a common occurrence in the first few overs. There's been a lot of play and misses, just that little bit of wobble away. Tom, short in stature but big in heart. She would do this for 20 straight overs, I reckon. She's a machine. Just plugs away on the off stump. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. And been a stalwart for PNG. Tom comes into bowl. Again, just left that one alone. A little wave of the bat. As Uza surveys the field as a very off-stump dominated field. Again, the plan of the lowers to put pressure on and hopefully get that missed shot as they try to hit through mid-wicket or mid-on. We've got a 6-4 field at the moment. Tom comes into bowl. Who's the pushes back to the bowler and well fielded. Tom, I think I mispronounced the name on Wednesday, and I've been reminded by Halai many times. He points to the right pronunciation, so I apologise, Myri. Myri, right arm over the wicket, medium pace. Okay, that's sort of half play and miss. User just wants her to straighten up that little one on off, even one on off stump. I think she'd have a crack at it. If she does stray onto the legs, it's going to be open slather on the onside. I don't think we've got a deep mid wicket. I don't think we've got a deep mid on. So it's disciplined bowling at this stage and brave captaincy. In comes Tom once again, 4 dots. Once again, just outside off stump, impeccable line. Curator Varney said he hopes this pitch is still spinning on Sunday, and it's quite unusual. There's no cracks in the pitch at all, but there is still a fair bit of spin. So he's done this deliberately. He's cut the grass short again on it yesterday, and it's holding together beautifully, hence the green tinge in the pitch. In comes Tom to bowl. Again, just on off stump, just outside off stump and well left. Uza's being disciplined after having a lucky break in the first over. Little bird told me yesterday that Halai, or H as we call him, has another nickname, the family nickname. They call him Steamboat. Goodness me, I don't know if he's been along the Mississippi or it's a Chinese dish, the old steamboat. I'm not quite sure where that come from, so we're going to have to look into that over the weekend. Guys, don't worry, I will find out. I am a detective. We will find out why H, his family nickname is Steamboat. It's a good one. Thomas just sort of adjusting the field. A lot of adjusting going on there. Tomo still coming right arm around the wicket, strolls in, loops up, and I reckon she could do that 2,000 times and land it on a 50-cent piece every single time. A little bit of experience in Australia, but that talent comes just naturally born. Is Tomo from Hanawabara? She is, and she comes again. Bowling, pushes to the short cover. Up back to Brenda, play a little bit of volleyball there, and back to Tomo. She gets through and over in around about 3 minutes, which is an amazing feat. In comes Thomas once more, the youngster. Loops it up. That one, it was on the leg slightly, but pushed through for a single. No run there. No run there. Umpire Awala and umpire Atai today, so we've got Helen umpiring again. She did a marvellous job in the first ODI on Monday, and she's back in the centre once more, pushing off to mid-off. Easy run there. Have a shot. There was always one there, but well backed up as well. One of the pleasures of my job is around about an hour every day I just go out and watch the training that goes on, and the meticulous work they do on their fielding trainings. A credit to Mahuru and the team. They really do make sure the lowers are on their toes the whole time, and lots of different fielding drills. Here comes Tomo. She's coming right arm over the wicket to Uza. Uza pushes on the offside, and having a look, that's rolled right through for 4 runs. Gloriously timed. There just seemed a minimum of effort. Very wristy shot. The tall player gets over the top of the ball and slightly over pitched on the offside, and when you think about it, it's one of the few half volleys that Henao has dished up in the last 3 days. She'll fight back from that. Uza takes block. Henao comes into bowl. We said that through a big appeal for LBM. That is out. That is out. Uza stands there for a little while, but it was pushed through much quicker. We'll have to have a close look at this one on the replay. So when you think about the way that Tomo bowls, it is always on the spot. So we're just watching the replay of this. Comes in, pushes it through, and she's right across the stumps there. We really need to have a look at the other angle to have a better idea of how that one went. So umpire, I think it was Lakani Awala, has given that out LBW, and that's the wicket that allows one. Watching once more time, it's impossible to judge it from this one. So we really need to know if it's hit the front leg, the left leg, or the right leg. And unfortunately, we haven't got all the paraphernalia they do in the international games in other places of the world. We can't have a close look at that, and there can be no challenges to the third umpire. Lavanya Kenny's coming into bat next. No, we've got, there's been a change, that's what we're looking. We've got another, who's facing now, another left-hander coming in. Is that Mahesh? Yeah, it is. So that's one's chipped on the onside in the air and well fielded. I apologise for that. We thought it was Kenny. It looks like there's been a change in the order we were giving, and the Mahesh has come into bat. You can hear the chirping going on there. It's amazing how one wicket, especially if the captain, can really buoy the team up for a big performance. So Tom knows a second wicket here would really put the cat among the pigeons. In she comes on the off stump, over pitch, pushed back past the bowler, got a hand on that one to mid it on. 1 for 9 off 4.2. Satish on 3. Mahesh just to the crease. Vaishnavi, Mahesh. Lefty. Tom comes into bowl again. On the off stump, slightly outside and pushed to point. And Henao safe hands get it back to mid off and back to the bowler. Good pressure coming here from Tom. Murray knows how to hit that one spot. Damien Fleming would be delighted with the line and length she displayed in the first 2 and a little bit games. In she comes once more, right arm over the winger, angling across. That one's a beanie. I think in that case it's definitely a wide, but I know what was going through her mind there. Definitely know what was going through Tom's mind there. She saw Mahesh actually moving down the pitch before she'd even delivered the ball, so that just put her off a little bit. She decided to push it wide, but well wide, and that's a no ball. So another run to the score. In she comes. Let's have another look at this one. Have a look at this H. We into bowl. This time she's pushed it a big windy woof. No run. So the intent is there today. You can see that with the field up, 2 fielders are only out because it's the first power play. There's a big opportunity for runs in terms of boundaries if they can get it over the stacked infield that we've got here at the Amini Park Oval. Brenda's pushed a couple slightly back within the circle just for that miss hit that goes in the air, so nothing silly here. Tom knows she's got to maintain that line and length. Here she faces again, she's gone for it. The big appeal goes up. Umpire Atai just shakes her head and says, not today, no way. Again, lots of chat, lots of talk, lots of enthusiasm. It's like this at every training session, isn't it, hey? So they are a very buoyant team. Tom into bowl. Going pushed right into the stumps, that one. An easy run down to mid-on. Nothing silly with the throw, just carries it back. And that's the over. So let's have a bit of a score check here. We've got the Manhattan coming up. We can see that wicket over just there. And we have a score line that's going to be quite consistent over the next few. 1 for 11 off 5. Run rate of 2.20. Still 45 overs to remaining, which means we can still build lots of innings. Big innings. Innings that even might include 100, and Satish might have that on her mind. At the moment, Thomas has 1 for 7 off 2. Only one bad delivery in that 12 balls that she's delivered, but the wicket made up for that big time. She's still coming right arm around the wicket to the left-handers. I've seen her use this ploy in the nets or out in the middle when it's her turn to bowl at practice sessions. She does this time and time again. It becomes a routine. In she comes. That's the loopy one that has a bit of flight. She admonishes herself there. She's thinking, that's the one I wanted on the stumps, I think, but not to be. Slightly outside, and the safe gloves once again of our Brenda. Brenda Tao comes in to bowl. This one's sort of a half slash, but nothing there. 2-dot balls, and Thomas builds the pressure. Comes into bowl, Henow's in. This one slightly onto the stumps. It's the one she calls her LBW ball. A little bit quicker. Pushes the batsman onto the back foot. With that loopy bounce, it's even hard to get onto the drive with that one. It's fraught with danger with hitting it to that short cover. Hence the hesitation. That one slightly outside the off stump. Slashed and fielded at the short cover position there. Thomas comes into bowl, and that's that one that looks like a shot but is deliberately left outside the off stump and taken by Brenda Tao. It's once more slightly onto the pads that time and fielded at mid on, and only the one run. So Henao would be happy with that. Thomas now has 1 for 8 of 3 overs. 1 for 12 of 6. Mahish on 1. Satish, actually Mahish on 0 and Satish on 5. Our worm is very short at the moment. It doesn't really tell a story until we get to around about the 15 over mark, and you'll see patterns evolve. But again, it's been a good start by the PNG Lowers, but with only 1 wicket down, the power play is still on. The game can change quickly like it did on Wednesday. Tom needs to know that she's got 60 balls to bowl in this game, and she wants most of them on the off stump if this pattern continues. We do have a deep backward square for this, just in case that loose ball is short. It would be a very unlucky shot if she was caught right out there. In comes Tom Bowles outside the off stump. Hit a flash through the covers. Oh, and that one got through the field, and that is going to go for 4. So Brenda will not be happy with that. Brenda has sort of got her hands on her hips. She won't be happy with that fielding effort. And as I said, these bowlers, they really need the fieldsmen to back them up here. And again, we're not going to dwell on that. We'll dwell on the positives, and the positive was a magnificent shot from Satish, the youngster who has gloves in hand about 24 hours a day, whether they be keeping gloves or batting gloves. She looks like she's made for the longer form of the game. In comes Tom once more bowling. That one's down the leg side. If we said we don't want to stray down there, but it's only a single. You can see our deep backward square leg comes into play. Back to the keeper and on to Conia. It's called a leg by, that one. We thought there might have been a bit of bat in that, but by the way the ball just trickled around the corner, leg by is probably a good call from umpire Helen Attai. Helen of Port Moresby girl, is she, H? She is, yeah. We have a lot of our more experienced umpires coming out of Port Moresby, where the biggest domestic competition is held. Big competition happening in November, from what I hear. That will be awesome, with teams from all over the country coming to Port Moresby for the domestic cup. We have the right-hander on strike now, Mahish. Tom coming over the wicket. That one strays onto the leg side again, but for lucky for Tom, that one's gone straight to the short mid wicket and beautifully fielded there. Still 3 balls to go in this over. I know what Tom wants. She wants ... or www. And she comes to the right-hander. It's slightly up. He's pushed out down through set where slick and slip would be. We have a third man down there, which is a great fielding position, and saves it to 1. Again, disciplined offside bowling, just what the keeper wants. Left-hander on strike, and here's we see Tom looking at the field. She knows she hasn't got much support on the onside. She has to adjust that length, and that's not always an easy thing to do. She comes right arm again, a disciplined approach. That time slightly over pitched, and it's pushed with another magnificent shot down to the boundary for 4 runs. What a cover drive that is. Satish moves on to 13. Mahesh on 1, just watching once more, over pitched, outside the off stump, and that was a free swing of the bat, and she absolutely smashed that through the offside. This girl has long career written all over, hasn't she, H, hey? One thing I tried to find on Netflix was that movie Kana she was talking about. I read through her profile. She said it absolutely inspired her to do great things. Tom comes into bowl, push back slightly just from the crease, and looked hopeful for the bowling side, but really that just about hit the middle of the bat. That's over. So far Satish is on 13 off 28, and we have Mahish is doing the backup role at this stage of the proceedings. 1 run off the 2 deliveries faced. 1 for 22 off 7. A solid start. I think if Captain Weezer got to the 15 over mark and maybe was 1 or 2 for 60, she'd be pretty happy with that. She'd be pretty happy, especially with the fact that it's been a little bit of a bowling dominant series so far. We've been seeing a lot of wickets fall in clusters, so I chatted to Rarua this morning, said, you know, when you get in there, stay there, because the next batsman has to go through the process of facing many balls to get used to the pitch. Tomo comes in, bowls, pushes the short cover. You're going to have a look at that movie, H, Kana. It's a pretty inspirational. It's a Tamil movie, very popular amongst the cricketing fraternity in India, Sri Lanka, and of course the United Arab Emirates as well. And she comes right arm over, looped, pushed to the short cover, couldn't get a hand of that one. I think they'll double that one up. Easy 2 runs. Will they risk a third on the arm? Not on that arm. That's nice work. So 2 runs, another good shot. Tomo's talking to Brenda there about maybe a change in the field or anything, but I'd stick with it, Brenda. I'd stick with the plan that you've got. You've talked about that the last few days. Once you get a plan like this, you've got to stick with it for as long as possible. It's just good batting. If you can get it through that offside at the moment, that's just good quality batting. That one pushed through a bit quicker from Thomas. She obviously doesn't like being driven. No bowler does. Satish looking very comfortable, crouches over the bat, faces up. That's a loopy one. That one's gone down through the slip, or where the second slip would be if we had one. Looks like Pauke, they're picking up that ball left-handed. It's a left-handed throw. And again, 2 runs. We hiss the right-hander. Moves on to 5. Satish on 13. Tails this broad coney are a little wider to a second slip rather than the first to block that off. That one's floated up and it's gone to where first slipper would have been. So whether that's good luck or good placement, I'm not quite sure, but that's trickled down to the rope for 4 runs. And for our viewers overseas in the UAE or wherever you're watching, you can see how quick the ball is flying across the outfield if it does get through that, that inner ring of 8 fielders. It's 4 runs often if you get enough bat onto it. So these early runs are good. I'm going to say that's good management, not luck. So again, as soon as Connie moved slightly wider into the slip position, it's glided between the keeper and her, and it's raced down for 4 runs. So Mahish moves on to 9. A brisk start for her off 7 deliveries, and we've got Satish 13 off 28 playing the role there. That one's on the off stump once more, pushed out to point, no run. For Tomo, that's an expensive over, but in the regards of one-day cricket or T20 Big Bash, 8 runs, there's nothing tragic to happen in your portfolio or your 10 overs. You'll realise that that's the form of the game we're playing, and runs do come at times. Rendatau still sticking with the attacking offside field, or the dominant offside field. I know that Steamboat here is a movie buff. Jeez, watched another movie on Netflix the other day, H. It's called 83, another cricket movie. I tell you what, you love that. Story of the Indian team in the 83 World Cup. Kapil Dev, what a play. Have you heard of that name, Kapil Dev, before, the all-rounder? What a player he was. Captain as well. Probably 100 to 1 when the series started, and they won the World Cup against the dominant West Indies side, the Australian side, the English side. In comes Tom to bowl. It is a great movie. It's like it's inspirational, I don't even think they bought them tickets to Lords for the final at the start of the series. They bought them tickets home on the plane because they never thought they'd make it. And a lot of the players in that team have gone on to folklore legend in India. Talk about Virat Kohli and all those being great players, MS Dhoni, but tell you what, that team of 83, in comes Tom to bowl, outside the off stump, left alone. That's the old sucker ball there, let's pray and get a slight edge through the keeper. Not a lot of bounce at the moment. We'll probably see the other spin bowlers coming into vogue in a few overs time. We've got a variety of spin bowlers here, and we've of course got Pauke Siaka. I'm not sure whether you call it spin, medium pace, or just guile. I like to call it guile. She's a master of what she does. In comes Tom on the off stump. That one's slightly uppish onto the onside. Easy run there. Take it easy. Nothing silly. No overthrows. We're always going to get one for that. Yeah, we might have to organise a movie night there, I reckon, H. 83 at Rangeview. Bit of a barbie. A few pies. Yeah, H is in. H is in. We'll get Boyo along and a few of the others in the office. You see Clive Lloyd and Vivian Richards, Greenwich, all of those guys were playing in that series, and they won after a very poor start. In comes Tom. Right arm over the wicket. Push, and it's gone through the slips again. And that one's racing down. I'm not sure. Have a look. Can we see it has been fielded, but they'll jog through for an easy 2. Yeah, well fielded. She has sprinted there and saved that 3rd run. So those little things like that. A lot of fieldsmen would have given that one up as 4. Little things like that. It saved 1 run, but you do that 6 or 7 times, 10 times in a game, and you've saved 10 runs, and that can be the difference sometimes. So well fielded. Apologise, we can't always pick the fieldsman up. It's difficult. We have got binoculars, but we need to look at the back of the player sometimes. Some very familiar looking groups out there. A lot of the lowers look the same if you don't have the backs of these shirts with their name on. Then she comes, Tom into bowl. The one's well pitched down the leg side. A big appeal for LBW, and that was totally optimistic. The leg byes coming here. They've come through for 2 leg byes, and Brenda's had to do the fielding herself. Is there anything Brenda Tao can't do? Leg byes, did they say? Leg byes it is, H, yeah. H waves. I see Dani Darko is a big player in this game too, H, with both bat and ball. She's an accomplished batsman, but she's one medium pacer in both of the teams. Has actually looked really dangerous on this pitch. In comes Tom, right arm over the wicket, 2 legs byes. Last ball, she needs to get that off, so he overcompensates in that kind, and that time it's called a wide. The overcompensation ball, we call that one. She didn't want to stray onto leg stump twice in a row, and Hallen's called that a wide. This is Tom's 5th over. I wonder if she'll be given a break after this. It is really steamy hot out there today. Once again pushed back. Having chatted to Esha Uza on Wednesday, she said it is a different heat that you have here from the UAE, and we've mentioned several times about the humidity starting to rise as we head into November and December. So you would expect a bit of swing out there, but there's really hardly any clouds in the sky. A few wispy cirrus clouds, no massive cumulonimbus clouds to the north, and that makes H very happy. He told me today we will get a full day's play, and we know we've always called him the weatherman, the Warra man. This morning he was a squeegee man. He took me for, I was only joking about cleaning the window, H. He was out there leaning over this precarious position with a big squeegee wiping the window. Yeah, has done an awesome task, awesome job. It is cleaner. And she comes to bowl. Tomo drops that one slightly shorter than the normal Thomas delivery, but punched into the covers, no run. Satish now has the strike back. Mahish has been a revelation in this innings, 11 from 11. And Satish, I know she's happy to stay there for the full 50 overs. In comes Thomas again, 5th over. That one's the loopy one, the one that goes onto the stumps. Satish moves off. You can always tell when Satish is batting. The left-hander is not the only giveaway. She walks off to square leg after every ball. You think, is that being given out or something? No, that's just her own idiosyncrasy. That one's floated up, pushed into the covers, and through on this occasion, along the ground. And I think that'll be at least 2 runs. Maybe they'll go through. Maybe it's rolled through for 4, and it has. So we're just watching. Umpire Oala waves 4 runs, and that again is a beautiful shot. We've talked about intent, H and I, as the game goes on. So I think one of the ploys that Uza would have talked to a team about was making sure you don't get dominated by these lower bowlers. If the ball's there to hit, if it's over pitched or short, we've got to make full toll on the delivery and get it through to the boundary, and that's been the case today. Satish moves on to 18. One slashed again, but this time misfielder got the run. Chance if the ball had been picked up cleanly, 1 run, and that puts Mahish onto strike. Satish moves on to 19 off 35, and Mahish comes in to face. Sharda, lovely first name there. Mahish, only a youngster as well. my calculations, about 18 years of age. That one's just off the pad down to it's actually called a wide, so that's one extra run. Obviously not off the pad if that's the case. Push through quicker that time. That's what we call her LBW ball, the one that comes through similar action, but just push through that little bit quicker. Often catches the batter onto the back foot. Thomas into bowl. Figures of 1 for 22. This is her 5th over. And again, just pushed on the onside. Easy single down to the deep mid wicket. Or did mid on. 1 run. It's sort of that position in between. So that's the end of the over from Henao. She has the figures of 1 for 23 or 5. Will we have a change of the bowling? We're watching closely here. We can see the keeper, Brenda Tao, having a chat to her vice captain. And from my calculations, of 1 for 43 after 10, it will be a change in the bowling. We have a change in the bowling. We can see Helen waving as if that's the case. It is Palke Siaka's coming into bowl, the vice captain of the team, the veteran of the team. 37, 38 years of age, and she's still bowling as well as she did as a 17, probably better as she did than when she was 17 years of age. There have been some competitive games in their backyard, I tell Asa and Palke. Sure, they give each other feedback all the time. Palke, a minimum of effort. We are right. It is Palke. Is that correct? 19. It's that laconic run. In she comes and straight away hits that immaculate length. She's cut back her run a little bit today. I'm sure she was off more steps than that the other day, but she realises it's all about line and length now. Once again, we've had to change the field around. We have the right-hander on strike now, Mahesh. With Shavni. Again, this one's clipped backward of fine leg, backward of square leg, and down to the boundary line. Has it gone? No, it's been pulled up there. And I think from my calculation they ran through 4, 2, or maybe 3. 3 runs with a left-hander now on strike. Briggs Mahesh up to 15 off 15. You'd be happy with that. And of course Satish, who's the anchor of this side, she's now 19 off 35. Rolling with that. That's the loopy, but a little bit more air. Good line. I know Satish would have been watching the replays of the bowlers over maybe yesterday or when she got back on Wednesday, and the great figures of Siaka would have been well on the minds of the UAE batters. They know her craft now. They've watched her over 2 games. That's the one that comes on a little bit quicker, the one on the stumps, pushed out to covers once more. Saka leans back on the bat, moves into position, read at her face. Old pitched up. So I think is Siaki's famous caught and bowl delivery, that one. Siaka throws that one on the stumps, one you think you can drive back past the bowler through mid-wicket and mid-on. And she comes, that one slightly full, over-pitched in regard, it's hit back with a square leg, and the diving Thomas cannot gather that ball on the fence. So that's 4 runs from a A very rare poor delivery from Palke, so she'd be disappointed with the way that over finished. She got 7 off the first thumb 4, 7 off 1. That moves Satish on to 23 by my recollections. That's a bonza start for the day for her. Been another change. We still have Tomo bowling from the Manu end. Let's have a look at this. I think we've had another change in bowling by the look of the height of the potential bowler. We have Isabel Tao coming into bowl. Tao coming into bowl. Isabel Tao bowls middle leggies. Is that correct, H? Yes. I'm learning as I go. Isabel, there's a variety, about 3 different deliveries she dishes up. Or watching the other day, you know, the loopy one, of course the one that pushes through, of course the one that goes straight through as well. In she comes. That's the first one. That has spun. That has gripped and spun. So she'd be licking her lips with that one. That has gripped and spun probably half a metre, I reckon. H still reckons he would have had that into the blacks. Side screen back pass the bowler. I don't think so, H. That's a good start from Isabel, even though it was wide and short. Its potential. That one slightly over pitches. He compensates and hit down to mid wicket. A run. Again, annoying as you're trying to get your line and length, and now you've got to start all over again to the left-handed batsman. It's a ploy I'm sure PNG will be using later in the day. We have 1 for 51. That brings up the half century to the UAE. And as I predicted, if you got there maybe at around about the 60 mark or the 15 over mark, you'll be pretty happy. But I think they're going to do a lot better than that if they can just maintain their discipline and not lose another wicket. We've got Satish can push it along, 23 off 39. Fidgety batsman as she waits for it, takes stance, facing the leg spin of Tower. Reaches and pushes that up. You know, these UAE batsmen, they get a good look at leg spin bowling, having 2 excellent leg spin bowlers in their own side. There'll be no real big surprises here. The only surprise will be the amount of turn, and that's a quicker one. Reaches out for that and through to the keeper. He's 16 off 17, in comes Tao, that one's pushed across. Chance for stumping, no, that foot was never leaving the crease. So again, good work from the keeper and good work from the bowler, and does give the batsman something to think about, H, doesn't it, hey? A little bit to think about there. The first ball especially, you think, is that going to come back onto my off stump? From the look of it, young Satish has gone and tapped down the pitch there and said, oh, must be the arm ball. That one's pushed across once more. I'll have to ask Brenda if she does possess a wrong, and the old shame-worn wrong, and that would be a real weapon in this game. End of the over, 1 run off. This time we're looking at the worm, and there has been a nice little spike there coming onto the 50 over mark. We should be having a drinks break around about the 15 over mark. I'd say that would be set. One for 51 off 12, Ahesh on 16 off 17, and Satish 23 off 43. She has been a model of consistency in this series so far. And with Siaka coming into bowl, Paula, Palke Siaka, none for 7. She'll be hoping for a tighter over this time, which is usually her mantra. The way she goes about things. In she comes. Right arm over the wicket, pushed onto off stump and pushed to the outside. Brenda's given away the slip there. She's put a short cover in. That's a common position in one-day cricket. So in that position there, I think it's a good option. One slightly onto the stumps, pushed down to deep mid, on for 1 run. Conio's gone into that short cover position. Now if anything's in the air through there after a catch on Wednesday, tell you what, we talk about catching mangoes before they hit the ground. That was an absolute blinder. Left-handers facing now, Satish facing the right hand of Palke, and she comes. Someone that closer to the legs and pushed down to mid-on, rotates the strike once more. Nothing silly with those two players out for the power play. Don't want a lofted catch at this stage of proceedings. They're going along quite nicely at 53 for 1 over 12.3. That's a run rate of 4.24. That's the highest, just about the highest run rate for the series at this stage, so they'd be happy. It's the one that going on to hit middle and leg if she misses it, so no run there. H and I talked about Dani Daka before the game started too as the X factor in both these sides. She's got the bat still. In comes Palke, bowls. Slightly quicker one on that occasion, and treated with great respect from Mahesh. Mahesh is another batsman who likes to go for a walk in between balls. H should be saving his energy out there. He'd probably sit down and have a drink. In she comes once more. Pushed out through the extra covered way and beautifully fielded there, just on the outside of the inner circle. Great fielding there. If they'd gone through, it was 3 runs, I think, and maybe even 4 runs, because you would have had to get up and chase it then. I don't think Connie was going to be able to pull that up before it went to the boundary line. So fabulous work. Little things like that can turn a game, Hayes. They certainly can. So at the moment we've got Satish on 24 or 44 deliveries. Mahesh is sitting on 18 of 22, so this partnership is a ripper. Just what the doctor wanted, just what the doctor ordered. Big shout out to our coach today, Ahmed Raza from the UAE, and Mahura Dai from PNG. Done a great job over the last probably 6 months getting these teams up for both T20 cricket and also for one-day internationals. Both teams blessed with excellent coaches. I know, looking through the career of Ahmed yesterday, and a very accomplished player. I think the Aussie teams have called on him to bowl his left arm orthodox spin in the nets when visiting overseas countries, because it's a rarity in the Australian team. I don't think we've got one at the moment. So Ahmed, after a great career now, he's gone into the coaching field. I know that he's well liked by his players, well loved by his players too. In comes Tower to bowl. That's a peel up for that one. Look very optimistic from here. Umpire, the very experienced Aola, just shook the head and said, "Let's get on with the next one," he said. Mahesh facing, taking block. In comes Aola. That's a well pitched up one. It's pushed out onto the offside. Nothing getting through there. At this stage, Brenda will be happy with this. When the 15th over is bowled, of course you can move more players out, but it's been a really good power play to this stage, and with 6 balls to go on the power play, any of these extra runs are a bonus. That one's pushed on the back foot. A tighter over from Isabel this time. She's really found her line and length, and Mahesh knows she doesn't have to do anything silly here. In comes Tower once more. Again pushed on the offside. I'm just going to impress H here. I'm just going to impress him once again. He's got that smirk on his face. He's got the smirk, but I predicted that after the 3rd over, if we could be 1 for 60 odd at the 15 over mark, we'd be pretty happy if I was barracking for the UAE. So H is nodding. He said he remembers that fact. Maybe he doesn't. He's shaking his head. He says, "I'm making up stuff once again." But yeah, it's probably the best initial power play we've had for the series so far. I'll have to go back and look through the data. But 1 over to go. If they get to 6 runs or over, I'll be the taking a lot of credit for that, H, or Steamboat. I'm going to do some ringing around in the next couple of days. Siaka into bowl. The left-hander of Satish facing up 24 or 44. Again, we've gone with the 4-6 field. It's been a pattern of Brenda's captaincy, and one where she can trust her bowlers, and no more trustable bowler than Palke Siaka. She pushes that on the offside, straight to the short extra cover for no run, and well backed up by, looks like Tomo out there running away from the point position. So we've got she comes right arm over. Slightly uppish that time, slightly uppish, but it's gone through. It's hit that rough patch, and it's a bad bounce for our fieldsman there. So we won't be too strict or too stern on the batsmen who the fielders might make a mistake out there. It is very hard. That brings it on to 1 to 55, 14.3, and Mahesh on the strike with 3 balls to go in this over from Siaka. Siaka comes into bowl, Palke in. It's a loopy one. The caught and bowl delivery, as H has labelled that one. When you have such variety that Palke has, you know, you're never settled in your batting, because you never know what's going to come. I think H called it the Forrest Gump box of chocolates she's got. Here she comes. That's the one she rolls out the back of the hand a little bit of extra bounce. To ask Palke what they do on Boxing Day after Christmas Day. Do they have a test match out the street? They play test match cricket on the kitchen table. Probably just want a break from cricket by the time Christmas comes. They're probably all over it, but that's a well played so far. We have a 46-run partnership. Satish has made 22 of those and 18 from Mahesh, both really contributing well, rotating the strike and making it difficult for the fielding team to settle in, and that's an important part of ODI cricket, and something I'm sure the coach and captain would have stressed over the past few days. Got back a slip here. I think Brenda's seen something in the pitch from the leg spinner, and when that ball that comes on with the arm, Isabel's on ball that comes on with the arm is going to be might bring the slip into play here, I think. So we've got our left-hander facing Satish, and Tower stays over the wicket, pushing it across, reaching for that one, comes back. It's her leg break, beautifully taken by Brenda Tower, ready for that foot to lift, and it certainly didn't. Plays from the crease a lot, Satish. I've seen a lot of players dancing down the wicket. That one's through, easy run, a shot at the stumps, but in the end they made it quite easily. Connie moves to a slip position again. I think Brenda realises wickets are essential, and you can't take a slip catch if you haven't got a slip, so hopefully for her sake we can get an edge here and get the slip into place. That one's slightly short, pushed into the short cover point position. No run. Mahesh now well and truly has her eye in. She's hitting the middle of the bat with every single delivery she faces. Nice using for feet. That one's a quicker ball once more, pushed on the onside. Chance here for a run out. The peel goes up, and that is out. Backward a square leg, beautifully fielded. We're going to find out who that is. H is looking right now, but thrown straight back to Brenda Tower, and the umpire's finger went straight up, and it is Mahesh that's been given out, I think. I'm just double checking that, or is it Satish? and a drinks break comes out. So wow, that is on the last ball, or no, sorry, second last ball of the first power play, we have a run out. And honestly, that looked like the only way they were going to get them out of that stage of proceedings. So the perfect throw straight to the keeper. And sometimes when you look, you can see that the player's out, you know, when you don't need a replay. It looked out from up here, but we're not in a perfect position to see. So umpire Atai didn't hesitate in giving that one out. And yeah, it's a disappointment when you're sitting on 1 for 56 at the end of the first power play. You're going to be 2 for 50, 2 for 62. It changes the game up a little bit. Everyone taking in a good, hard, solid drink at this stage of proceedings. It is stinking hot out there. I think H's thermometer was on 30 degrees at around about 10 AM. So you see peters out to around about maximum of 32. In we come for the replay. We just missed the tail end of that. We were right the second time saying it was the Tish was out, and really that's the wicket we didn't want for UAE, because in my initial comments today, she looks like the type of batsman who'll go on and hit a big 100 in 50 over cricket. So just hit the H. It's the only way we look like PNG looked like getting a wicket at this stage was through a run out, and it's just the luck of the draw sometimes. Whether it be the batsman or the non-striker, slight hesitation and a run out eventuated. So Mahish now knows it's her job to go and be the mainstay of this innings. She's on 18 off 33. Udona comes in, Houdini, she likes to be called Houdini out there, the great Houdini, is on naught. Two balls to go on this over, and Houdini has to face the wily leg spin of Isabel Tower. But as we said to H before, I'm sure these UAE ladies, they get to face it all the time, and there's not that many surprises apart from the amount of spin. I know that Uza was delighted with the amount of spin. Being a spin bowler, obviously you would be, but she said, isn't it a rarity? In comes Tower, right on line, no easy ball out first up, and I'm sure she's going to, I reckon she'll float this one up, H, being the prophet I am. And she comes. Can we read it? No, she's pushed that one through again. Half-hearted appeal, obviously missing leg stump or pitching outside the line of leg, and that's over, and that's the first power play done. I see Brenda knows that, and she's looking at her field and saying, what adjustments will we make? They've had their drinks break, haven't they, H? So still haven't seen a replay of the run out. H did point, but we never excuse me, quite got the whole picture there. Siaka on none for 11. She's hit her line and length now, but she'll be bowling to Mahish. And Mahish has really been very proactive in the way she's approached these bowlers today. So I think we'll see some attack here. Again, she pushes that one to deep mid wicket, and they jog through for one. Having a look at Adini bat in the other games, it's you can really trust her, I'd say. Looks a stout and solid defence, and an array of shots around the wicket, so no protecting the batsman at this stage of proceedings, thrown in the deep end. Not sure how much Houdini has seen of Siaka. I'm sure she's been watching her closely on the replays and the video. In she comes, Siaka, right arm over the wicket for the left-hander. Big appeal. Must have been for a catch, but obviously nothing there. I don't think Siaka was really interested at all there. He's happy to walk back to her position with a hat on, H. I think there should be a hat fine, H. If you wear a hat, you get fined when you're bowling. In she comes, right home over the wicket. I wonder if wonderful captain for the team I played for, Mally Williams. He would have never let me wear a hat, even with my bright red hair or receding hairline. He said, if you're going to bowl, you're going to bowl without your hat on. In he comes. Siaka bowls. Mally, wherever you are, living in Lara there, between Geelong and Melbourne, what a wonderful cricketer he was. But a hard taskmaster. Siaka coming into bowl. Right arm over the wicket. Another wicket here would be awesome. Pushed off the back foot down to the point you're seeing there, and back to the bowler. I think it's just about time for Siaka's caught and bowl delivery. And she comes. That's the one. Push that time onto the onside, slightly down the leg with that one. So again, brilliantly fielded. The Lowers are back on their toes now after a couple of misfields. I think that the fielding rate and the fielding standards lifted once again. Right, so looking at the scores, you can see how they're happening on this stage, that they've levelled out those big high mountains of runs that were there between the 5th and the 10th over, and now they've settled things down again with Tower bowling some very disciplined leg spin, and the wily guile of Siaka, right arm over, with that mixed bag of tricks that she's got. Connie doing the shoelace up of Brenda Tower. Obviously wants a bat later in the day. Doing nice things to Brenda. I think that's a wise move, isn't it, eh? In comes Brenda. We said she sleeps with those gloves on. Hey, in comes Tower. There is spin out there, you can tell. Even though we're looking at the back of Brenda Tower and the back of Mahis, the batsman, you can just say the way the players' feet are moving and the hesitancy in some regard is there is a fair bit of spin out there. In she comes once more, right arm over the wicket. That one's more confident, pushed out to mid-off, and they jog through for one. We won't put any judgment on the run out, but you never know. In those situations where it goes square of the wicket, we're always told if it's backward of square, the non-striker does the call, but sometimes it's just instinctive for the batsman when you hit it there and you know there's only 3 fieldsmen there. It's an easy run, but unfortunately for them, there was a fielder right there and the throw was straight to where it should have been. In comes Tower once more. Isabel bowls, pushed on the offside. No run. Tower on 1 run from 3 here. She'll be looking for 3 dot balls here, bowling to the new batsman Uduna. Donna comes in, but we'll call her Houdini because she likes that. She told me on her profile she likes to be called Houdini. I'm sure her family back home will understand what I'm talking about, won't they? Hey. When you batted, H, they like to be called Halai or Steamboat?
Sorry?
It's okay. Hit the backward point, no run there. I said, when you play cricket, H, do they call you Steamboat or Halai?
Hello.
Halai.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to tell everyone around Port Moresby that when you're batting, I'm going to go Steamboat, Steamboat, a bit of sledging in the slip H. Oh, I think that might have gone to hand. What's happened? Oh, just for the stop, I think. I thought I was getting excited there. I thought our great slips fieldsman would pull another one out there, but just a great stop. I think it was travelling really quickly, that one. Brenda said, well done, Coney-O. That saved us 4 runs on that occasion. So great captaincy, encouraging your field all the time. And that's the thing, if someone makes a mistake in this Lowers side, there's no admonishment, there's no saying, you know, you've let the team down and all. They say, move on, let's get on with it now. And that's the thing about sport, isn't it, that you might make a mistake, but you probably do 10 things right. So I know Brenda works on that philosophy. Around the wicket now, to Mahesh, changing the angle up a little bit. Into the left-hander. Down. Just check our back here. I think there's been a change here with the left-hander facing. Just make sure you get it on strike, is it? And we come. Piako bowls. It's a floater outside the off stump, push to point. It's one of those ones where they push to point there, you sometimes get a very bad bounce from the batsman, the angle of the batsman's bat, because you've been hit too quickly there, so you've got to get right behind the ball, which our fielder did on that occasion. And once more, again slashed through the offside that time, a very strong offside field and beautifully fielded once more. Slightly shorter in this over, I reckon we're just about due for the caught and bowl delivery. But, Siaka has been well backed up by her fielders in this over. Hope she can do it for her sake for the next two balls as she comes in. Slightly quicker, pushed onto the offside to point and right behind the ball that time, and two players backing up. The Lowers are on their toes, H, and that's important. Now one more wicket. We have a deep mid on now. Remember, in these next overs we can have four fieldsmen outside that inner circle, from my recollection. Nod comes from H here. Siaka comes into bowl, pushed to mid off, and because she was that tricky distance away, they said no, and it was going quite quickly that time. So I was right, it was Adina facing on that occasion. It comes up as Mahesh facing. So Mahesh now on 20 or 47, and Adina yet to get off the mark. Ever reliable Isabel Tower on strike once more, and she comes right home over the wicket, the quicker one, whipped away on the onside just forward of square leg, and an easy run out to Tomo on the deep mid wicket boundary. Left-hander on strike now, so Donna faces up, still feeling her way, the new one to the crease. Mahesh on strike. I think we've got it right now, H. Mahesh is on strike. We just check that. Dini on strike, I think. 97. Rolls to the left-hander, pushed on the offside. Easy run there. Again rotating the strike. We'll just check that H97 and my calculations is Udini. And now we have 7 on strike. So we fix that up. Mahesh is on strike. She's a right-hander. On 21. Udini the left-hander. I know that Uza loves to have these combinations of left and right just to make it difficult for the fielding side, the bowler to get the line and length repeatedly changed. It can be off-putting on a stinking hot day here at the Amini Park Oval. Tower has been a great little over here. She comes once more, the loopy one, and that's over. Umpire calls over, takes the ball. Remember, in this form of the game you have 2 balls being bowled, one from each end, and that does change it around about the 40 over mark, I think. We'll check with the umpires at half time, but at this stage of proceedings, Siaka's bowled her 5 overs at this stage, I think. None for 12 or 5, a very solid performance once again. Finish on 21, Udini on 1, 2 for 60 off 23 runs. Her over run rate but still 30 overs remaining. Siaka used to the heat out there in the middle. In she comes, right arm over the wicket, driven on the offside this time, but hit so well, no chance of a run as it goes to the short extra cover. A bit of keepings off and back to Siaka. I reckon she'd be pretty happy with the fact they're driving on the offside now, because all she has to do is that, which is pitch it up a little bit more. That there's a chance for a run out. The fielder took it on, but unfortunately it's gone through the hands and down to the fence for 4 runs. So from a misfield, but you can see what the fielder was doing there. She had a chance for a run out, she took it on, and you watch Brenda, she'll be encouraging her, saying, yep, you did the right thing taking it on. And being a rough outfit out there, it's easy to make a mistake sometimes. 4 runs. Does let the pressure valve off a little bit as in comes Siaka. Bowling once more. That one's on the on stump, on the on stump, on the leg stump, and pushed to mid on for no run. Yeah, I think Siaka would be happy with the fact they're driving on the offside, because she's got great variation. She could get a lifted cover drive here. That one's a bit quicker. Pulled on the onside. Doesn't get connection there. No run. Even though he's shorter, it sort of skidded through a little bit. Siaka comes into bowl. That one's well pitched up on the offside and punched to that very crowded offside field. We've got a point, a backward point, a cover, a mid off, and a short, sort of like a long backward, really a gully there, a deep gully, or a deep backward point, I'd say. Again, pushed on the onside this time, but they'll be happy with that. The 4 runs off the over, that's all they need. That 1 misfield, and they'd be pretty happy with the run rate so far, a 3.05. Multiply that by 50 and you're sitting around about the 160, 170 mark. And with wickets in hand, that can balloon out to 200 quite easily. So if I was in the UAE's shoes at the moment, I would be reasonably happy, but of course 1 more wicket. That's what happens in these games. We've been seeing the pattern of 1 wicket leads to 2 or 3, and we had the situation the other day where a few confident people here in the box were saying, we've got this one in the bag, haven't we, H? It wasn't H or I, and we said, you never say that stuff, you don't say that, because we're very superstitious people, us cricketers, isn't that right, H? Eh? In we come. That one's pulled on the onside, but of course Tomo out there at deep mid-wicket jogs in casually, and only the 1 run. Here we go. Making predictions is fraught with danger in cricket. The left-hander on strike. Tower comes around the wicket. That one's smothered just in front of the popping crease there. That's one of Brenda Tow's favourite shots. He just smothers the ball, gets everything over the top of it, no chance of getting through the gap. Houdini comes facing up once more to Tow. That one's cut slightly, or just forward of point actually. I was going to say slightly in front of point, but just into that extra cover now, or the deep cover. 1 run. And the right hand is back on strike for Hish. Hish realises now she's the mainstay. She wants to be there at the 30 over mark. That would be their aim, 100 runs off the 30 over mark. Not too ambitious, I don't think. Oh, it's a chance. That one's got through the gap. No run. Geez, I tell you what, that's done something, hey? I reckon that's gripped and spun sharply. And gives Mahesh something to think about. And she comes, towers in, pushes that through a little bit quicker, but on the back foot, Mahesh pushes that comfortably onto the onside, no run. And she comes once more, towers in, loops that one up, full pitch, over pitched, and no run. fact that it was hit so well stopped the run on that occasion, because it was down to mid-on in no time at all and no chance of a run. The other thing they don't want is a second run out. That would be a tragedy for the UAE at this stage of proceedings. Bit of movement out there at the moment. Are they changing anything up? Not really, I don't think. Pauke's coming in. We had some people asking about what Lauer, what it's all about, and H could explain, but from my interview with H this morning, Lauer means a word in top pigeon meaning heart or love. Lauer's context in terms of the team is love, dedication and mental toughness. H is nodding once more, so it's not an out. It doesn't mean that thumping, here we go, bowling, muscle that keeps us all alive and the blood ticking around our body. It's far deeper than that. So Lauer, the context of this team, they love each other. You can see that in the way they play together. They're dedicated to the cause of PNG cricket, and of course mental toughness. And that's, here we come. That's a little shout actually. It wasn't very confident. It's waddled down to Konya at backward point as she moves into the position there. Definitely called a run on that occasion. Must have been a bit of wood in that one, I reckon. Hayes, do you agree? Yeah. So okay, now bowling to Mahesh, the right-hander. Just trying to come up with a plan here. What's it looking at? I'm just counting the field, guys. I'm sorry. Yep, that one's looped up onto the onside. Leg stump around the corner. No run. So a more conservative field set here now that we're into the second power play, but again we've still got 5 on the offside, 5 on the onside, and our deep fieldsmen are definitely, we've got a deep mid on and a deep mid wicket. In comes Pauke to bowl. Push through quicker. That's the one, that's her LBW ball. I reckon she was ready to jump up there, H. I reckon she was ready to say Toyota. We've just lost a bit of power here, but it's back on once more. Oh, what a feeling. Have you seen the Toyota ad, H? Here he comes. That one's looped up. That's a caught and bowl delivery, but that's beautifully played through the covers and well fielded again. Tomo's like a panther out there, isn't she? Just loping around, ready to pounce on anything that comes her way. Pauke, the capped one. Bowling to a field now that's going to be definitely needed to be disciplined outside the off stump. She's got 4-6 field on the off stump, back to the bowler, no run. So that's over, and again well done to Pauke Siaka. Every time she comes on something happens, H, does it? Hey, the game sort of can be meandering around. As soon as she gets that ball in hand, wow. I remember seeing that first game. I said the first one-day international ever, and there's a guy called Doug Walters. He's a great Australian batsman, but he had that probably only bowled about 110 kilometres an hour, but every time he come on something would happen. They'd bring him in for a change bowler between Thompson and Lilly and all those great fast bowlers, Maxie Walker, and just bowling those innocuous little dippy outswing leg cutters, all those different varieties. He would so often get a wicket, but we've got Mahesh on strike, the right-hander, Chowra into bowl. That's a quicker one. The shout for LBW, and that's been given. That's the arm ball. So I think it's more disappointment from Mahesh, but that looked like the quicker one that caught her in line of middle and leg, and umpire Ola had a good look at that, but really didn't hesitate in giving that one out. And the shake of the head from Mahesh there was, I think, why didn't I get back to that one? Don't give the umpire a chance. So once again, just when you think things are turning for the UAE, bouncing back are the mighty Lauers. So having a look once more, umpire Ola, he's done this for how many years do you reckon? When he retired, he was a Barramundi in the early years, umpire Ola. He's well into the local domestic cricket scene here in PNG, but umpire's a great player in his own right. And they reckon he's pretty handy in the commentary booth. H says, he said, I'm going to get sacked in a couple of weeks and I'll bring Lakani back in. H is smiling. We'll be watching movies anyway, H, won't we, eh? I was looking forward to movie day. So the new batsman is Rajit. Renitha Rajit and Udini. I hope back in UAE you don't mind me referring to Adona as Udini. She has requested that on her profile that she come up with. So we have the right hander facing. You played at the crease. I'm giving the nod over here. I think she should toss this one up. H, I reckon. Just give her something to think about. Get that one that really does spin sharply, and give it something to think about with the first couple of deliveries she's facing. In she comes, tower in, slightly down the leg side. She'd be a bit disappointed with that, and it's called a wide, and that's an excellent decision from umpire Kawala. There's been not one mistake in that regard. And then again, if you see what Satish did the other day, a wide delivery and there was a stumping involved. That's a rarity in any form of cricket. That's the quicker one. It's the LBW ball. And I'm sure that, like myself, that we've been watching this young Tower bowl over the years, HR over this year, and there is a lot of variety in that bowling. What's in her mind now? What's she thinking? New batsman to the crease, backward square leg. That time is just pushed out onto the offside, no run. Brigitte gets over the ball, tall figure. Here comes Tower. Oh, a chance down there, a thick outside edge backward of where the second split would have been. And H has had a look at that one. That's gone for 4. So that's bonus runs there. It could have easily gone to the sticky hands of Connier in the slip position there. Just push wider. And as we said, if you get through that field, it races down to the boundary. It's rock hard out there at the Amini cricket ground at the moment. We talked about we don't want a lot of rain for the next few days, but as soon as next Monday come, we'd like to have some real downpours at night. Still a lot of batting to come from the UAE. They've got lots of batsmen up their sleeve, or batters, we call them these days. Connie's just gone a little wider now. That's the quicker one. That's whipped backward of square leg, and that's 4 runs. That's whipped really beautifully off the pads there, 4 runs. So unfortunately, after a great start to the over, Tower's lost the line a little bit here, and the new batsman has made a statement of the first 4 deliveries she's faced. They've touched bats in the middle there, and Rajit and Adona will be happy with their start, their partnership start. A lot of chat out here now. Are they shifting the field around to a more orthodox field, or are they still leaving 4 on the onside and 6 on the off? They are. At this stage we're sitting just doing my count once more. And she's compensated there by pushing it onto the offside, making sure there was not another boundary in that over. So from a great start with a wicket first ball with the LBW, a good fight back from the UAE. I'm going to have to talk to Uza again tonight, H, because I'm not quite sure if they do have a mascot or an emblem or a motto for the UAE girls. It's something they could work on, wouldn't it, hey? We did talk about falconry being a sport, so doing my homework yesterday, H, I looked at it. It is a sport, actually. It's a big sport in the UAE, and of course other parts of the Middle East as well. I know the Saudi Arabians do, and of course into Qatar. It's a majestic sport, a lot of history, a sport with a lot of history as well. So not only the birds beautiful, but they have criteria like how they work as a bird of prey to catch their prey. Left arm bowler coming into bowl, left arm orthodox bowler, H Tower. Slightly over pitched the first one. Will she compensate? She's coming over the wicket now, or around the wicket. She's decided to change it up. We have Rajit facing. She's on 8 from 5. Houdini on 10 from 28. And Tao realises she can't afford to give away easy runs here, and she comes, loops that one up, driven beautifully through the covers, and that's raced across the ground for 4 runs. I don't think Cage can see the sense in having falconry as a sport. He's more a rugby, cricket type of person. Soccer, a bit of soccer I'm sure he played in the streets. But when you see it and you see those majestic birds, it's something we might introduce to PNG. H, what do you reckon? We're ideas men, we are. And she comes Towers outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump, called by umpire Atai, very wide. We've now gone from the 5-5 field, which I think is standard for this stage of the game. When you're on 3 for 84 off 24.2 overs, you need to be conservative in your placements. We've still got 2 players out, 3 on the inside. On the onside, we've still got 3 inside the circle, so 2 out, 1 at mid wicket and 1 at deep mid on. No run there. So Tao will be looking for 2 dot balls to finish the over. Maybe 3. Comes he looped up and again over pitched, and thank goodness for that on her behalf, because it's been stopped. I think that's Tomo out there again, got a hand to it, but that was, if that had gone through the hand of Thomas, the left hand of Thomas, that was going to be another 4 right through the fence. So a couple of loose and uppers here, but it does take a while to find your line. Your hands will be slippery. She's now having to change her line by left arm over the wicket to the left-hander. We've got 4 on the onside, and again it's got to be off stump, and she does do that. Smack to short cover and well fielded. Good thing about the way the UAE have batted, everyone's come up with a positive mindset when they've come into bat. They've all looked for runs. Anything loose they've tried to smack. That one's short again, that one's pushed on the offside again, that's through, but only the one. The experienced Siaka right there, I'm not sure, but that's only 1 run, which is a blessing too for the PNG side. That's over. That's 7 runs off the over, maybe 8 runs off the over, and that's a pressure release once more. H's just opened the door to have a chat to the our wonderful camera people out there with Halo Gowdy and Hila Kuroda, doing a splendid job. They don't get a relief all day, they just stand there by that camera making sure the shots are going all around the world, and they're just unsung heroes again. So hats off again to our camera people today. Halo and Hila, you do a splendid job. Gower Tom's coming into bowl from the Bassini end. Right arm medium pace over the wicket. And on strike we have the great Houdini. A really good start, 11 off 30. She is the anchor now. Looks like Brigitte got a very positive mindset, a fielding, a batting mindset where she's going to hit or punish any single ball that's coming her way. That's over pitched, short. She's going to make sure the runs keep ticking over. In comes Gower. Right on the spot, pushed out to a forward point position, no run. Yeah, falconry in PNG, eh? We got any falcons in PNG? No, we haven't. We've got the Papuan eagle though, H. We have the Papuan eagle. If he comes again, Tao bowls, pushed onto the offside, just backward a point, no run, well fielded. Yeah, we do have some amazing birds of prey, mainly owls and eagles up here. The Papuan eagle, have you seen one, H? I saw it at Nature Park. Beautiful bird. We could train it to catch wallabies, H. Maybe some other tree kangaroos and things. We can't mention that actually. Blot that one out, H. In we come. Right arm over the wicket, slash through the offside. That's got a thickish outside edge, but really more a square drive on that occasion, and traces into the fence for 4. So slightly over pitched by Gower. A touch of the bats once more, and building a nice little partnership here. And she comes. Yep, just slightly over pitched. More on just the quality of the shot than being over pitched, though. So Gower will have to adjust, as she does, an experienced bowler. 1 for 4 off 3, and she'll be aiming for the 3 more dot balls just to bring it back a little bit. Gower into the left-hander. Houdini pushes that one. Three for 90 off 25.4 overs. Gower comes into bowl. Gower, Tom into bowl. Again, a slight reach for that one, but that's got a thickish outside edge, and there's no stopping that one. That's 4 through where the second slip would have been. And not only does it bring up 4 runs, but it takes any shine that ball might have had off it. It's definitely a spinner's ball at the moment, but Gower has now gone for 2 4s and that was a lucky one, a streaky shot outside the off stump. But this stage of proceedings, at a score of 3 for 94, you can't expect to have a 3rd or 4th slip in place. We've only got the keeper. So Gower's gone for 8 runs so far off 5. But every time we think this game's meandering around and the batsmen are on top, of wicket falls. So what's going to happen with this delivery? Again, punched backward of point that way and fielded on the boundary line, and they're going back for the second, and I think that's a wise decision. Always 2 runs there, and take your hat off to Adeni. Really positive cricket on that occasion. She's moved on to 21 of 36. She could have dropped the bundle after the run out, but definitely hasn't, so well done. Gower's first over's brought up 10 runs. I know she'll work that back as she bowls more and more overs. But at this stage we're sitting at 3 for 96 off 26, and would be very happy with that. If you were sitting back in the box with the other UAE players, the Emirati players, you'd be pretty happy with that for sure. Got Ruler in the box at the moment. Someone's phone's vibrating there. Hope it's not mine. No, mine's off. Well, this is another change in the bowling. We're bringing in Konya, is that correct? Konya is coming in to bowl her little right arm tweakers. I was watching her bowl in the nets the other day. Minimum of effort here, I reckon it's around about 3 steps, and then she lunges into what we could call an orthodox type of right hand. I'm not sure if you can have an orthodox right arm off spin, but she does get to spin the balls, gives it a bit of flight too, and that's what we thought might have been over pitch, but it's pushed on the onside for 1. That brings the left-hander on strike. I think from what I'm viewing here, maybe that Connie is going to come in front of the umpire. She moves in, little off break, and punch to the point position. Houdini on strike, the left-hander, Rajit the right-hander. Houdini's having a good look. She hasn't actually watched the bowling of Ola at the moment, Konya. No relation to the umpire, I've been told. Just the same name. The Aussies would be really proud of that. Konya, Ola, put it all together, guys. You'll see what I'm talking about. And she comes, looped up, over pitch this time, and down to mid off for 1, easy run. H is going to smile once more. Koala. Spells. Koala. Beautiful animals, aren't they? I saw some at the sunrise show the other day. Hey? We have them down where I live. Fancy just sitting up in a tree eating gum leaves all day, H. Gum leaves make them sort of tired and drowsy. And she comes right arm over the wicket to Rejit. Pushes majestically onto the offside. Slight misfield, but as H once said, misfields and running are perilous. You don't want another run out here, so she said no, straight away no, definitive no. In comes Konya again. That one's over pitch once more, again pushed to the offside. Konya's plan, I'm sure, is to get a catch on that offside. Hasn't quite happened, but she'd be happy with 3 runs off that over, none for 3 off the first over, and sort of brought things back a little bit. It also gives the opportunity for the girls who have been bowling to have a break. Pauki Siaka. So far we've got a run partnership of 30 runs with only 23 deliveries, so that's a great comeback once again by the UAE girls. Every time you think you might get 1 or 2 wickets today, it's not been the case. There's partnerships, which is really important, and rotation of strike and the odd boundary, and that's what we talked about on Monday. H is nodding again about building partnerships, rotating the strike, and flying away when the ball's over pitched or short. In that case, it's just 1 run. Rejit on strike as far as my calculations are concerned. Takes a block. Looking down the track. And that's just punched out onto the offside, no run. Once more, right arm over the wicket. Pushed again into the offside, no run. So sometimes it just takes that over to sort of get your line of length going, and I'm sure Gower was fully aware of that. Gave away a couple of loose ones in the first over, back on track on the second. That's a big appeal, not out. Maybe a little bit of bat in that, or maybe hitting outside the line. Look once more, yeah, definite edge onto the pad on that occasion, and Lakani Awala just says, nah, no way. So Rajit facing once more on 14 off 14. Tom 1 off the 4 deliveries so far. In comes Gower, right arm over the wicket. That time he's up again, and that one's out. That did look pretty plumb, and I know the batsman once more again shakes her head, but she's shaking her head in disappointment that she didn't get bat on ball. And Tom, every time you think the game is swinging one way, it swings back. It's like a pendulum, isn't it, H? H is nodding. So again, a wicket falls, and for the Sydney Swans #1 supporter in all of Port Moresby, or second, that's a wicket that she'd be very proud of. Pretty loose first over, but she's got it back on line, back on length, a quicker ball, stump to stump bowling, and looking at the replay here, across she goes, and out she goes. Rejit out for 14 or 15, Tom with 1 for 11. They're very experienced. Michelle both are coming into bat on this occasion. Every time she's come into bat, she's been resolute in her defence, but also pushes the ball around. She knows with her experience that keeping the ball ticking over, or keeping the runs ticking over at this stage is essential. She comes out to bat. One delivery did come in this over. I'm sure going through Gower's mind at this stage would be, new batsman on strike, make her play. Make her get bat on ball. Field's going back to the conservative, we've got 4 on the onside and we've gone back to having 6 on the offside. So with a new batsman in, Brenda realises, let's put some pressure on this batsman by bowling that offside line and making sure we keep those runs down. First thing Michelle does is look round the corner there. She knows there's lots of runs on the onside. Anything that strays onto the stumps will be pushed there for sure. In she comes. Tom bowls on off stump. It does sort of manoeuvre it around to the onside, but no run. So at the end of the 28th over, we're on 4 for 99, nearly the ton. Both are on naught, and of course the worm shows there's a couple of wickets in sort of what we call a mini cluster there between the 24th and the 27th over. So while it's going to continue bowling, Udini, the great Udini, on 23 or 40, 22 overs remaining, and we're nearly on the ton. Is coming in front of the umpire. Right arm around the wicket, loops that one up, an aggressive shot down the field, only one, and puts both her on strike. We should have laughed. That was no. We had the great Conio just laid there and said, "Let it hit me, please." No overthrows from that one. Oh, she's a character. We watched a practice match earlier in the year, and she was fielding at a short cover, and this was at Bassini Oval on the hard wicket there, and she turned her whole body round and took it at the core of her back, just let it hit her. And the rest of the girls were in hysterics. She feels no pain, not for her country. But she is a great personality, isn't she, H? She is a great personality. The other girls love her. And she comes right arm over the wicket now to Botha. Botha pushes for a big appeal for LBW, and that one was out.
It was bowled?
Yeah, I think it got through the gap there. Maybe a bit of pad, so I'm going to stick by my first decision there, H. If it wasn't bowled, it was going to be LBW. So H is smirky. He's got that. That's number one mistake for the day, smirk on his face. But honestly, Botha hasn't looked like doing it. Here we come, in she comes. Yep, it's got through the gap. And there wasn't much of a gap there, but it did get through. And what a brainwave from Brenda Tower to being the underused all along to bowl. She's now got 1 for 3 off 1.2, and it's a pendulum swings again. 5 for 100. Both are out for a duck. The great Houdini on 24 or 41, and now it becomes Lavania Kenny's job to really support her established batsman here at the crease. Every single time we think the game's swung one way, it swings back the other. Some drinks have come out. Our new batsman Lavania Kenny. We'll just double check that there's been a change at some time, so we're just going to double check that it is Lavania coming out. Hopefully it is. Although with the tail up there, must have been that magnificent block of that overthrow that kept the bowler on strike, I reckon. The batsman on strike. Little jump, a bend, twist. Lavania, again an all-round performer. How many all-rounders does this UAE team have? It's amazing. In comes Conia. Well played, pushed back comfortably. A lot of noise out there, but never looked like missing the middle of the bat, that one. So Connie, she just needs that off stump line again. You know, that first missed shot I've seen Michelle play, it actually got through the gap, so it must have been a ripper of a delivery. In she comes once more, right arm over the wicket, floats that one up, not much spin on that occasion. It could be the what they call the Owala sucker ball. She bowls one that goes straight on, next one's going to spin at right angles. Here she comes. Am I right again, H? Am I right again? She comes right arm over the wicket, floats that one up, and that was the one that spun back a little bit more flight, a little bit more dip, a little bit more spin. The trifecta, H. Speaking of trifectas, it's Melbourne Cup in a couple of weeks, H. Here comes Owala. That one is sort of flipped out the top a little bit more, pushed back to backward point down to where the third slip or gully might have been, and they've rushed through for one run, which I'm sure we won't be too upset about in terms of Gower Tom. She's now got the new batsman on strike, and she's got her own tail up. So again, here we go. It's another cluster of wickets, H. It'll be interesting, the field setting here. I'm just having a look if we've moved any more onto the onside. Brenda's got 1, 2, 3, 4, and she's still got a 4-6 field, so Gower has to be disciplined in her approach. I'm sure she's heard the great news yesterday that the Sydney Swans have picked up a Curnow as their prize recruit for next year, and gives us a chance, Philip, of having that premiership win we so desperately needed. In she comes, pushed out to the mid-off position. Yeah, Charlie Curnow. H is so impressed with it, he doesn't know what I'm talking about again, but the mighty Sydney Swans have picked up one of the recruits of the year, we hope. He's just gone, yep, but he says, pass me another ice photo, he says. And she comes once more. Tom's in, well pitched up, pushed off onto the onside on this occasion, easily fielded, and no run. Yeah, it's a cultural experience here in the box today. I've introduced H2, his first ever ice photo. So if Tom McDonald's listening, or Richard back there, Richard Dunn, know exactly what I'm talking about. They had ice photos on special at Baroka Food World for 9 kina. And H has demolished half the packet already. Here we come, a flash outside the off stump, just a backward point, no run. Yeah, so hopefully the others in the club rooms over there, the other people in the development don't hear we've got ice photos. H will have 20 people packing into here soon. What score did you give ice photos out of 10, H? He's given it a 9, I reckon. And he comes, he's concentrating. Things are shaking outside there at the moment in the club. Once more, Tom bowls, slightly reached and pushed to the covers once more. So if you didn't hear our coverage on Monday, I don't think anyone had heard our coverage. We talked for 5 hours and there was no reception, which was very amusing. So we apologise for that for our overseas viewers in the UAE and all around PNG. Tom comes into bowl, an impeccable over so far, once again, just short of a length. That length that's hard to drive. You can hear Brenda shouting out encouragement to all the players. Put a hat on, Brenda, you'll faint. So 5 dot balls, and she'll be hoping for one more. Lavania knows she's got lots of overs to play with, 20 overs to play with. There is no hurry here. Tom comes into bowl. Slightly short of that time and punched down to the 3rd man position, and 1 run. Yeah, H, at the end of the over, they're pretty good ice photos, aren't they, hey? Saying yes. And those biscuits are good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's concentrating here. Probably slept here last night. Not joking here, H, or Steamboat as we like to call him now, has often had to spend time in the club rooms overnight when we have international games on. That's the commitment of the team here at Cricket PNG. The flimsy mattress there for a couple of hours shut eye, and next day they're still there doing the work the next day. So we take our hats off to those guys who have to stay overnight when we have overseas competitions that are on a different time zone. As Alola comes into bowl, 1 for 4 off 2, in she comes. That's the one that would call her temptation ball outside off stump, just floating up there and saying, go and have a little tinkle at that one, hey? Go on, see if it edges through to our keeper. In she comes once more. Awala comes in. This one's a floaty one. This is a spinner. And pushed down to deep mid on. No run. Deep mid off, sorry. No run. Right arm over the wicket. 4 steps. Into a stride. 1, 2, 3, 4. An extra one there. Going flayed on the off stump. Short cover. For Ola we have our, because she's bowling off breaks, we have a 5-5 field set. And so far 3 dot balls, and she comes off more slight good quicker, push down the leg side. Will that be called? No, I think that was on the stump. So we're having a look. Bit of chat going on out there. I think she's talking to the co-batsman Lavania. In comes Ola. Again, punch back to backward point, no run. Yeah, the UAE had the pleasure of going to Nature Park on Tuesday. A little excursion. Nature Park, Port Moresby. Lots of money being spent on the exhibits there. Can she get that maiden over she so richly deserves? In she comes. 5 steps. The hat's blown off the umpire here. Conia again rushes to get the umpire's hat. Very good move on her behalf. Always be nice to the umpires, says H. Always be nice. In comes Wala. It's a little bit of an arm ball there. Push it a little bit quicker. Extra cover. Holds on gleefully to that, and that's a maiden over. 1 for 4 off 3. And the run rate now is dwindling down a lot. It was up over 4. We're now at 3.29, which would please Brenda Tower. She'd be very happy with the fact that it's dropped back down under that 4 mark. Like we said though, in the olden days, in the 80s and 90s, they used to say at the 30 over mark of a one-day international is really like the halfway mark. Lots of runs scored when the balls get older and the fieldsmen get tired. Back to Tom. Gower Tom. Experience. Bowling to the left-hander. Pushes across. That one's pushed onto the backwards square leg position. No run. Yeah, I'm going to educate young H over the next few days, Steamboat. He's already down a couple of ice fovos. I know Tom McDonald's chuckling to himself there because he'd love an ice fovo with a shell of carver. In comes Tom once more, pushes it across. Slashed outside the off stump. This one's through the field, and that's no stopping that. Tomo can sprint as much as you like after that one. That's 4 runs when it gets through the field. That's a delightful shot. So Dini moves on to 28 rather. I should have anticipated that. Of 43 deliveries, and just put some pressure back on Tom now. She bowled a magnificent over the previous one, but Dini has really taken up for the bowler. She hasn't been dominated by any regard, any length. So in once more, Tom wants to fight back after that 4 runs. Discipline this time, pushed onto the offside like a backward sweep down to the fine leg position, and 1 run. Does it bring Lavania Kenny onto strike though? And Lavania's only been there for 16 balls, but managed 2 runs. So maybe this gives Tom the chance to bounce back with 3 tight deliveries. Change a line. I think personally Gower seems to like to bowl to the right-handers more than the left, but have to see a bit more of it to make those arrangements. If he comes once more. Oh, that's what we call the old French cut there, 1H. Down to fine leg, got a thick inside edge. Only 1 run though, so well fitted down at fine leg. Very streaky shot. That could have plummeted back onto the stumps, and Gower says, it's not my lucky day sometimes, but Kenny did have a decent whack at that. If you hit it hard enough, H, even if it gets an edge, it's going to fly to the boundaries at any angle. comes Tom bowling to the left hander Udini once more. Down slightly on leg stump that time and hit her on the toe. What H described as a sand shoe crusher there, but I think she actually whacked it into her own foot there. But no, that's a very painful thing. Maybe a black toenail tomorrow, I reckon. H. Yeah, I think she's whacked that into her own foot. Right arm angled across that time, push forward, and no run. So well done, gal. You've bounced back with those last couple of deliveries. That's over. And we're going to have a look at the scorecard now. Awala has 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. Tom has 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18, and they're very reasonable figures by both bowlers. So well done. There's been a lot of variety in the attack today, and we'll see more of the same when the UAE guys come into bowl as well. They have a lot of variety. No 2 bowlers are the same. Speak of the devil, Connie Awala's coming into bowl. She's bowling to Lavinia, and as I said, she would have faced this sort of bowling before with the bowling array that we've got. Push forward slightly uppishly on the onside, short mid on this occasion, stop the ball but no run. Comes Ola Bollins once more. It's short, slightly short this time, pushed down to mid on once more, deep mid on and only 1 run. So once again we have the left-hander on strike, Udini, and she'd be eyeing out that onside. I reckon she's having a good look on the onside. The field does change, so we've pushed a deep mid on, a deep square leg, or forward square leg, a mid wicket, a deep backward square leg, and the other 6 fielders on the offside. Round the wicket she comes, looks at that offside position, and she's been very disciplined. Has Awala 1 for 5 or 3.2. She's hoping not to stray under those legs, because you know what will happen if she does. In she comes once more in front of the umpire. Floats that one on the offside as a spiel for stumping. That foot was well and truly entrenched behind the popping crease on that time. H is shaking his head. He said, no cigar there, he said. That was the ball that everyone seems to want to hit for 4. The floater, but of course there's a guile and the spin and the drop. All those things that Awala possesses. And she comes once more, 4 steps. So slightly quicker, that's up-ish. But no, it hasn't carried. Sort of a half-hearted shot in that case, and probably a good thing on her behalf, H, I reckon. She's gone through with that shot, it might have gone to backward point or to point. Once more. Awala comes to bowl. Udini faces. It was more authoritative in its turns. It's gone to extra cover or to cover, the shorter cover, and no run. That's over. Only 1 run off the over. Awala with the great figures of 1 for 5 from 4, 5 for 109. Kenny on 4. Udini, hope she doesn't mind me using her nickname on the very solid partnership starting up here. It's 9 runs for around about 28 balls. But they had to regroup here, really did, after losing a couple of wickets. The talk out there would have been, let's not lose another one. Let's bat maybe through. Let's aim to bat to the 40th over and be 130, 140. Then we can push for the last 10 overs and make a big killing there. I think I had a look at the stats for that first game I went to. I said way back in 1971, I think only about 180 runs were hit off the first one-day international history back at the MCG in those days. No field restrictions back then. I remember the English at the end of the game trying to control the Australians' batting by having 10 fieldsmen out on the fence. I think even at one stage the wicketkeeper was way down near the fence. Once again pushed onto mid-on. And that game was actually played because we had 3 days rain in Melbourne, and they said we better get some money out of this because we're not going to get anything from the test match, so let's have a 1-day game instead. Pushed out to the offside. no run. Famous Paul Kelly saying, from little things big things grow. Who would believe that 4 years later we'd have the World Cup of cricket and now played all round the world. In we come once more. Shortish outside the off stump, pushed the backward point, no run. Yeah. 3 days of rain delay and they decided to have a one-day game so we could get some money into the coffers of the MCG. And from there we now have the two forms of the game. Here we go backward as point, a beautiful sweep shot there, and it's gone through for 4. I think 4 runs. Yep, it's waved up by H. So it's interesting, H. You know, from 3 days of Melbourne rain, we now have what we have today. Hey, 2 forms of the one-day game. What's your favourite, H? 2020 or the 50 over ODI?
ODI.
Yeah. I'm going to ask that question to the captains today, seeing they're now playing a bit of ODI. What is their famous? Because you would have a favourite form of the game, wouldn't you? Hey, you would. The more traditional, which we'd never believe we'd say, is the ODI format of 50 overs. But pushed outside. Yeah, but now you're seeing players in 2020 hit centuries quite regularly as well. We thought that would never happen. So both games are still evolving, aren't they, H? I know that the crowds are bigger in Australia for the 2020 Big Bash. Push once more. And 2020 internationals, because a family can go there for 3 hours and they've seen the whole game. They don't have to sit there for 6 or 7 hours. So yeah, H had a good think, and I have a good thing too. And if you ask me, H, I'd say Test cricket's still my favourite, but that's because I'm old. 5-day game. Time for a drinks break, and a well-earned drinks break at that at 5 for 115. Yeah, break, we'll have a break. And thank you for our listeners. After a well-earned drinks break, the batsmen move back to their positions. Kenny on 8, Houdini on 29. Looks like Awala's going to continue to bowl, which is an excellent move by the captain. She's been proactive in her changes today with Brenda Tower. Mixed it up, a bit of off spin, a bit of leg spin, a bit of medium pace, a bit of Forrest Gump. It's all been there, hasn't it, H? H is munching away. I'll tell you a little story in a moment. How good are these, H? Oh my goodness, man, I'm going to get 2 more boxes of those tonight. will be there. In comes Iola to bowl. Right arm around the wicket. There we go. High leaping ball here. Running in. Oh, it's fallen in between the two fielders and they run through for one. She had a decent shellac at that one, and the left-hander was lucky to get away with that, with the deep mid-on coming in and the mid-wicket coming in to go for that same catch, and it was never in their vicinity at all. It's just one of the lucks of one-day cricket. So we've rotated the strike here. Kenny now on strike. Houdini catching or counting her lucky stars with that one, hey? In comes a lot of bowl, the slightly quicker one pushed on the offside to short extra cover. No run. Well, it's been a revelation today. I've always told me she's got a lot of variety and a lot of control, but she's been excellent today. Pushes that one a bit quicker. Big appeal for LBW and given not out. Umpire just straight away just shook theirs, and probably the angle with that one. I'm not quite sure. Ola comes in once more, fourth ball of the over. Slightly outside the off stump and pushed to that cover position once again. Maybe through to the keeper. What's the screen? Ola coming in, number 80 on her back. Once more. Outside off stump. Punch to the short extra cover position, no run.
All straight.
We have Varur in the box, so the proud once again, not only a player but a captain, coach, and also now an administrator, knows more about PNG cricket than probably anyone. So Varur will do some talking, give my voice a break if he wishes to, and that's pushed on the onside for one-ish.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks for the warm welcome. Good day to our viewers. What a lovely day here in Port Moresby. Good day for cricket. UAE after 35 overs, 5 for 115. Kenny on 9 runs, Udona on 30 runs. As Hannah Thomas continues with his 7th over from the Manuel. First ball hit through the point region, but dot ball. The fielder was there to stop the ball, so the batsman was more interested in taking the runs. Pitch outside. Oh, that's a wide. I think that was a tough call by umpire. So they just right inside the wide line, but the umpire thinks otherwise. Straight down the wicket again. Missed. Another dot ball. Hannah Thomas 1 for 28. Continuing her spell. This is her 7th over. Pushes down the ground, but no run again this time. UAE 5 for 116. Kenny on 9 runs and Udina on 30. Yeah, it's up in the air down the final leg area, and it's racing away to the boundary. That's a good shot by Kenny, releasing some of the pressure that has been building up in the recent overs. That was a bit risky shot, but well placed in the gap, races down to the boundary. UAE 5 for 120. And Thomas continuing his spell. 1 for 32. This is a 5th ball of the 7th over. Kenny on strike, 13. Punches through the extra cover region. No run there on that occasion. Run rate currently on 3.35 runs per over. Last ball of the over. That's the over ball and a dot ball. UAE 420 after 36 overs. And as the wind shows, there's a steady rise in the innings. They lost a couple of wickets along the way. I think the key is for these two, Uduna to keep on going, try and post a big score for her team, and she will need the support from Kenny. I think PNG will be looking to get a couple more wickets to add a bit more pressure into the UAE innings. As Konyo Oala comes in for 6 overs, she's taken 1 wicket for 7 runs in her 5 overs that she's bowled. So pitched up, well pitched up, punched through to the cover region, but no run on this occasion. Well fielded by Lakshmi Raja, stopping the batters to decide on running. Second ball from Konyo, and that's close. That's an out. Oh, that was close. That was close. I think the umpire probably was thinking going down leg side. That was close. Or the ball came back in. Probably pitch outside leg side. Probably pitch outside leg side. That's a good dishing at the end. Another dot ball. Konyoala. 3 dot balls so far. UAE still on 420. El Kenny on 13. Uduna on 30. Runs. Oh, that's close. I thought Konyo had enticed Donna to charged out, but she changed her mind just as well. She missed and she was still well in her crease. Konyoala for the 5th ball. 420. A little bit of stop pitch there, trying to stop the wickets out by the wicket keeper. Down the leg side, glance down to the fine leg region, short fine leg region for a single. UAE 421, just a single of this over so far. Konyoala bowling her 6th over, 1 for 18.
Udini, yeah. We talked before, it's coming up as Udona, but she prefers to be called Udini. That's like her player's name. So yeah, so it's a bit tricky, isn't it? So
there's a lot of
names. It's Sri Lankan.
So we'll be very careful in trying to pronounce the names.
Yeah,
which we've done pretty well.
Yeah,
up to now. Yeah.
It's been great to have the profiles, and if we're not sure, we go by what their preferred name is, and Udini definitely prefers that in terms of her friendships and that sort of stuff. So
424, as the score cut shows. Rohit went for 6, Satish went for 26, Mahesh and 424 after 37 overs, and Hannah Thomas comes into bowl 8 over. The UAE batsman Kenny on 15 runs and Udeni on 31 runs. I think these two are key for UAE to post a respectable target to give PNG a hard chase, because they scored only 140 the other day, and PNG women's got it quite easily in the end. So they'll be very mindful, the UAE batters, that PNG will have a good chase if a chaseable target is posted. An appeal for LBW, but turned down by the umpire, not interested. And now Thomas 1 for 32, bowling there 8 over. Straight stump to stump, well played by Udeni. making sure she doesn't do anything silly to give Hannah the chance to take a wicket. This is the third ball. Oh, edge! I think it was inside edge and missed everything. The wicket and the wicket keeper, and the ball races down to the final leg area. The batters ran through for a comfortable 2 runs, bringing UAE's total to 5,436. Udani moves to 33 of 59 balls. Hannah Thomas bowling has 8 over, 1 for 34. This is a 4th ball. Well fielded. There was a good effort by the bowler to field her own bowling. 5 for 126. Thomas, 5th ball of the 8 over, against straight down the ground. Swept down the final leg region and the ball races through to the boundary, and umpire signaling a well hit boundary by Udani, and she moves to 37. I think she is key here, Tony. She's the key for.
Yes.
She needs to just keep on going and post a big total for herself and also for her team.
Definitely. Yeah.
Hannah Thomas, last ball of her 8 over, 6 runs so far of this over, and Udani on strike, and that's a beautiful shot. Goes the aerial way, and the ball just held up just before the boundary. Only went for 2 runs, and UAE are now 532 after 38 overs, and that's the bowling card for PNG. The bowlers are all sharing the bowling honours, taking wickets, and PNG have UAE 5 for 132 after 38 overs. I think Konioala is going to continue on with her spell. This will be 7th over. She's taken 1 wicket for 11 runs of her 6 overs. UAE batters Kenny on 15, and the top scorer so far Udani on 39 of 62 balls.
Thank you. Thank you, Arua. Good to have a break, eh? Nice for H to be hoeing into the savoury shapes here too, mate.
We tastes good, eh?
Oh, we're giving him an education today, Arua. He's been here, he's had ice Vovos, now he's on to Vegemite and cheese savoury shapes. They reckon when they first made them, they left Tasmania off them, which would have been difficult to put. So what they do now is they put a little Tassie in the box, and he thought he found it. He was so excited.
It tastes good too.
They do taste good. They're fresh. Thank you, Baroka Food World. Usually you hang off to their own special. Right arm over the wicket. Tom into bowl once more. Mori from the Bassini end this time.
Yeah, exactly. Mary is the senior of the bowling department of the PNG women's team.
Yeah.
She's been around for a very long time. She had a small break of a couple of years and decided to come back, and now she's going strength to strength.
Yeah.
Especially at her age, she'd be about 38, 39.
Yeah.
And a mother, so she's done really well too.
Yeah.
To stay fit and stronger for someone at her age.
Yes. It's Tom into bowl, right arm over, slightly outside, but pushed down through mid-on that occasion, just the easy run down to there. So rotating the strikes being the order of the day for this pair, to keeping it moving with the odd boundary, moving the run rate back up again now to 3.545. Overs remaining 11.3, but it's going to give them, if they can keep wickets in hand here to the 40th over, they can have an onslaught at the end there, and those last 10 overs with 5 players out max can bring up heaps and heaps of runs. So they're looking now not only to rotate the strike, but to keep wickets in hand, because that will give them that last chance to really push through. So I know as a fact there's lots of batting to come in this team too. They're full of all-rounders. So Tom now knows a wicket now is vital. Can we get one more, especially the wicket of Houdini? If that happens, it'll open up the door for maybe a couple more. She moves down, that's up in the air, but drops well short of the mid-on. So bit of slam bang here, isn't there? H is starting to get to the business end of the ring. We haven't seen a lot in the first two games. It's always been quite conservative batting because the wickets have been falling, but in this game, as we said, the wickets are starting to really become a batter's wicket now more than a spin bowler's wicket. More stroke play on this time. This time it's into Lavania Kenny. In comes Tom, bowls slightly down the leg side. That's called a wide straight away. Plus they run through for an extra run as well. Yeah, so it's going to be an exciting last 10 overs if there's no more wickets. We'll have to be on our toes in terms of keeping up with the scoreboard. Run rate now to 3.52. Kenny's getting her eye in, 16 off 40 deliveries, so she's ready to pounce. And Houdini 40 off 63. In comes Tom once more. Right arm across the left-hander, and she watches that closely as it goes through to the keeper. Definitely not the carry that we saw on the first day, H, is there? Hey, on that first day when it was a big crooner slapping into the gloves of the wicket keepers. In this case, it sort of died on the way there. So maybe Brendan needs to need another couple of steps up, but again, that could lead to buys. In she comes. Actually, Brenda does move forward on this occasion. It's up, pitched up, over pitched, and a thick edge there. No run. So far the partnership's delivered 36 runs, and it really has put the UAE back into the game here. They start to lose it with that little cluster of wickets, but now they're back ready to pounce for those last 10 overs with wickets in hand. Kenny on 16, and we've got Houdini on 40 of 65 deliveries. As Rarua said, Houdini is the one who really can push the run rate along here. But I still think Kenny's got a few tricks up her sleeve as well. And Al Thomas 1 for 40 off 8. Right arm over the wicket to the left, to the right hander. Kenny, and she comes, pushes that one through. That one's pulled and well fielded down on the square leg boundary. 1 run. Puts the lefty on strike. Brenda's still waving like a traffic policeman out there, waving the traffic around, moving this person here, moving that person there, maintaining a 5-5 field at the moment. She's moved Awala onto the offside. We've got a 5-5 field now. Some players deep on the onside now, a deep mid wicket, a deep mid on, deep backward square leg. She comes, bowls, stump to stump, no run. And now's a bit of a perfectionist, but I know in one day terms of having 8 overs of 41's nothing to be ashamed of. In she comes again, bowls, picks it up, sets very high standards though, doesn't she, HA? So she should be hoping to get a lot of dot balls over the next couple of overs. Thomas once more, the quick one on the outside. That one splashed over the offside, and that's through point for 4 runs. That's a delightful shot from Houdini. Score now 5 for 141. With 4 runs. Houdini on strike once more. Tomo comes in outside the off stump, pushed onto the offside, slightly back at a point. No run. Thomas to bowl. Again, slashed the point. It's through this time. Slight misfield, but only costs 1 run. There's a little bit of happening there. Didn't quite go back to where they wanted to, but they're not going to risk anything silly. So at the end of the over, Tomo's got none. Or Tom's going to come on to bowl this time. We just lost our figures there. Lavanya, the youngster. If you don't know the more experienced player in this partnership, Lavanya's only 18 years of age. Kenny on 17, Ladona on 45 from 70. I think we've had another earthquake here, H. Development team player of Lavanya Kenny. She was born in Mumbai, actually, I think, from recollection. But it's a Dhoni on strike, the great Houdini. In comes Tom to bowl. Maurice come into bowl, and that's pushed and no run. It's amazing how many of the team have players that they look up to, including Virat Kohli, MS Dhoni, Mandana. Great role models. This one's slightly short of length and push back to the bowler. Tom pounces that on that one. It's like every typical bowler hates, isn't it? They hate having runs scored against them. Even, it's a 2020 big bash. It's just in the nature of a bowler just to be so frugal with the way they try and save runs. In comes Tom. Right arm across the left-hander. Left-hander's had a whack at that one. It's gone down to deep mid-on. They look for 2, but again, no second run there. If the Lulls will get their field right, it's important to do that right now. 5 on the offside. Tom comes into bowl outside the off stump. Good discipline bowling, slightly short that time. No real chance of a run because it had such pace on the ball off the bat. So again, we've got a 5-5 field now with the catches on the offside, on the onside. The offside field, apart from the deep third man, we've got all inside the ring. Tom comes into bowl, Maury comes in. That one's pushed onto the stumps, but again, no run. For our Steamboat fans out there, we've just opened the Vegemite Savoury Shapes and he's having a field day here. Tom McDonald and Richard, how good are savoury shapes? But when they come with Vegemite cheese, that's a new level of yumminess, eh? So far he's had ice fovos, now he's smashing down the Vegemite cheese savoury shape. Pushing on the onside, just backward a square that time, back to the square leg, and there's a missed field and they've come back for 2. Brenda will be telling her field, so we've only got 10 odd overs to go here, guys. We're at the mark where we really have to pick up the fielding so we don't give any easy runs. You can see by looking at the Manhattan, after that flurry of wickets between the 23rd and the 27th over, it's now back in the court for the PNG team to restrict things as best they can. 5 for 145. I know that the objective now for the UAE team with 5 wickets in hand would to get to that 200 run mark, which is going to be a challenge for the PNG guys to achieve. So hats off again. Everyone's saying in the office today, oh, win the toss. If you win the toss, you've got to send the other team in. And Uza was brave enough to send her team in, and knowing how the pitch might be more favourable for batting today on its 4th day of use, 5th day of use. So Udini takes the strike once more. She's got Isabel Tal coming in. 1 for 16 off 7, which are fine figures for a leg spin bowler. She's coming right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, angling the ball across. Chance here for that little edge down the third man, so you can't plug every gap, but she's actually been right onto the stumps on that occasion and pushed down to mid-on. Spell comes in, pushes that one through, it's scooped in the air onto the onside, just to square leg, deep square leg, and only the one run. A little flick shot round the corner there, which brings the right hander onto strike. Kenny on 19, brings Udini on 47 off 75, and the Vania Kenny on 19 off 44 now has the strike. H and I have just decided we're going to take up falconry here in PNG using Papuan Eagles. It's a big hit out, but it's found the gap. Oh no, it's just through to deep mid wicket and back for just for 1 run. Yes, we're going to be make our millions here in PNG, bringing in new sports. Left-hander now on strike, and he smacks that one, just bounces back past the keeper. Very impressed with all my facts and figures here, but we do need to find out a lot about the countries that are visiting PNG, and that's really important to know who's coming and what they're about, their culture. I'm going to ask Uza today how they're feeding them at the Hilton, making sure they're having lots of good food. Tomo backward point in that position where the ball can go at angles at times. I wonder if the UAE girls have tried the moo there, H. Tell you what, it's pretty good. When comes the leg spinner, comes in a bit quicker, pulled once more, just forward of square leg for 1, and they jog through. Yeah, I know they had a great cultural experience at the nature park on the day off on Tuesday, and Usa was telling me all about the tree kangaroos and the cassowaries and the bird of paradise. I saw a bird of paradise. Have you seen the Queen Victoria pigeons, H, before? Those big fat pigeons that sort of can only half fly. Oh, they are brilliant. Guys in UAE, look up Queen Victoria pigeons. They are massive. You see them out at Lolawata. I've seen them on the Kokoda track before a couple of times. And I'm sure in the old days they would have been a massive feed for a family, but as big as a rooster. But beautiful bird, lovely crest. Bit of action with water and that happening out there. Must be hard work, especially when you're rotating the strike to keep the fluids up. It is very hot today. So UAE guys, will try and educate you on a few of the PNG animals. I'm going to amaze H with some of the facts from your country as well, because you've been to the UAE, been to Sharjah, and of course Dubai on a couple of occasions. It's just an awesome place to visit when we come. One arm over, Siaka's back into attack, the veteran. Push backward at once, brings the right hander on the strike. Yeah, Pauke, it looks like she could go for another 10 years age. I think I looked up this morning, the oldest test cricketer in history was an Englishman, 52 years of age. You know, I can see Pauke playing cricket for a country well into her 40s. That's a wide ball outside off stump, and umpire Atai doesn't hesitate, calls that a run. That brings the 150 up, run rate of 3.56, and in she comes. Pauke's in. That's the floater, and again just pushed down for the signal. I'll be happy with that. Slight misfield. They're going to come back for two. No, they're not. That's the importance, H. That's the importance. This stage of the game, you have to run that first run hard, because it really, in retrospect, there's an easy two in that. Once a misfield happened, would have come back for two. So I'm not being too hard on Odini there, because I know she must be feeling it a bit now. She's on 49. And she pushes that one through point and brings it on to 50 runs. And what a fine 50 for her country is. She holds up the bat. That might have been her ploy there for not running the second, I reckon. She said, here's my chance to hit 50. I'm not going to take a risk on this. I tell you what, that is a beautiful innings by Odini. I'm still calling Odini, guys, back in. I know you're awake in the UAE now, because it's getting earlier. I know when we first started it was about 4 in the morning, but now we're heading to the hours where you guys will be up and listening. So short of that time, pulled on the onside, and that's out for just a single. So well set field again. Said sometimes we miss on the onside some of the fielders with the wall of our cabin here. In comes Siaka to bowl. Driven straight back down to the mid-off. Well fielded, well taken on the body. And that's part and parcel of playing cricket in PNG. You've got to get behind the ball, but it's not always a nice thing to have to do, H, is that we get some funny bounces here at the ovals in Port Moresby when they're dry and hard like this. So it's moving around nicely. A nice picket fence here. That one's slightly shorter, and it's tickled round the corner. Conio goes, and I think that might be, we're just waiting for the call. That's one wide. And Siaka has to bowl another one, which is a very rare occurrence for Pauke. She's usually on the money, so she's now bowling to the left-hander, Udini. In comes Pauke bowls and pushed out to the offside, backward a point, another run. So now the ball's ticking over, isn't it, H? They're getting probably 5 or 6 and over. It's moved the run rate up to 3.65 per over, 7 overs remaining, and the onslaught will begin soon with 5 wickets in hand. We're going to see some action here at the Amini Park Cricket Ground, or as H calls it, the ACG. Kenny now moving up to 22, Adini on 52 off 82 deliveries, and she'll be hoping to build on that. Far more traditional field now being set by Captain Rao, Tao. Brenda is looking around the field, making sure she's happy before the bowler will come into bowl. And again, it's Isabel Tao with the figures of 1 for 19 off 8. Splendid figures for a leg spin bowler in any form of the game. And like the UAE, 2 leggies, her length is impeccable. Houdini facing. Gives herself a bit of room on that one and punches it to the cover region. No run. Tell you what, Connie really does move well on the field when for those first couple of steps. Doesn't push once more this time. No run again, just wobbled out there, but she's got good reflexes, hasn't she, Conio? Now if anything goes through the air through there, straight to it, it's going to be caught. Once more, Tao comes into bowl, loops that one up and smack. This time it's no chance of Conio stopping that one, but it's out to the deep extra cover, deep cover, and thrown back just for the one run. Brenda's still waving. She must have amazing powers of concentration, you know, to have to wicket keep, then to come in number 3, which they reckon's the most important part, and then she has to do the captaincy as well. So what an all-rounder she is. And comes Tao, right arm over the wicket this time, it's outside the off stump, pushed to the offside, pushed the point and no run. It's a question I've got on my list tonight to ask Brenda H is what's she do on a day off? How does she relax? And if she go home tonight, she'd be hypo for sure. In comes once more, pushed, slashing shot, just backward a point. Bit of a fumble. There's always going to be one there anyway. So 1 run. The strike rotates once more, and we have Houdini on strike. You know her well. You know Brenda well, H. Sort of. Bit of. She's such a positive influence. Here we come again. Played a miss that time, really pushed through quickly that time. It's an arm ball, and Towers come back pretty well. They're only 2 runs off that over, 1 for 21 off her spell. One for 21 off her 9 overs, so she's only got 1 over left. So it'll be interesting to see what Brenda does with the last few overs. Hey? She's got lots of options, but Tao has been a tower of strength today, keeping the run rate down. I wonder what our UAE girls did yesterday. I wonder if they had a good relax, and they come once more slightly short that time. That's whacked into the mid-wicket region. Mid-on wicket, no run. Palke might push these through a little bit more, I think, with Kenny on strike especially. She has got the power. That one's looped up and hit back straight back past the bowler on the onside, down to the deep mid-on for 1 run. And once again, Brenda has to get those arms up and wave this person there. But the team seem to know exactly where they should be feeling right now, and should be pretty happy with the discipline in the field. In comes Palke once more, Siaka to bowl. The loopy one, the one that's very dangerous when you have the field up, and now they can just chip it down to mid-on or mid-wicket, and mid-on or mid-off, and just run the easy signals with no closer fielders. Once again, Kenny on strike. 5 for 161 of 44.3. She has a bit of a swing in that one, and down again to mid-on, and 1 run. Left-hander on strike, a bit of waving there. This one's got to be across. There's only 4 on the onside, 6 on the off. Siaka comes in, floats that one outside the off stump, pushed heftily down to mid-on. Slight misfielder. They're going to go back for 2. Again, make sure you're watching, guys. 1 fumble, I reckon you're going to get 2 runs every day of the week, H. They will start taking on the fielders, I'm sure, in the next couple of overs. Okay. Right arm over the wicket, Kenny on strike, slightly down the leg side on that occasion, waddled around the side, but well fielded by the reliable Conio, Weiler, and that's over. So again, a picket fence. Palke, you can be happy with that. It's just those boundary balls that are the real killers at this time of an innings. Girls get in, hopefully they're taking their time, Lex, and making sure they get these fields just right. At the time now is about 20 past 12. One thing's for sure is H couldn't possibly be hungry after his attack on the ice of overs and the savoury shapes. We've got these chippy things there too. It's not too bad at all. We haven't even opened the cashews yet, H. Here we come. Tower to bowl. Push back, no run. Oh, they did push through for 1 then, that's good running. And backed up. No, it hasn't been backed up. That might go for 4 overthrows. It's dribbling, and dribbled. I don't know, H. You'll have to watch the replay of that one. What's Tomo going to say? I don't think Henel knows herself. Sometimes you just don't know. Did you reckon it hit the rope, H? I don't know. I don't know, mate. I know they're overthrows and they'll be disappointed with that. I think the umpires are just trying to work this out themselves, guys. I wonder if our cameraman can help out there, H. I'm not sure. We'll maybe having another look. Oop, running out with a drink, or someone's cramped up maybe. I just pray there's not an injury, hey? Got the physio out there now. Was it 4 runs? Yeah. I think they've singled it, have they? Or are you going to tell them? Yeah, so we were waiting, guys, because we weren't quite sure what the situation was out on the pitch, but it's been called 4 runs. It said no issue there with Hannah. She was not quite sure, but it has then rolled up a hit. So I think it might just be cramp. Would you agree, H? I might think she's run a lot of singles. See if we go down. We're watching this again. They've through, come in, and then went down for the extra runs, which has now been signalled as 4. So maybe just a little bit of cramp with all the running between wickets with the pads and the humid PNG conditions, which the UAE guys probably aren't as used to. You know, in AFL football they used to have salt tablets they used to give them, but now it's pickle juice, H. Did you know that? They use pickle juice to ward off the cramp. Yeah, so it doesn't taste the best, but obviously it stops the cramp from kicking in too hard. In we come again, tower bowling, smacked into the offside, no run. Tom McDonald just sent you a message, H. He said, leave a nice Vovo for him. I said to Tom, Tom, there's no chance of that one happening. Go and buy your own at Safeway. So a chance they're going to swing and a miss. And no wicket. So again, we'll just catch up on the score with all this happening here at the moment. It's 5 for 168 or 45.3. Kenny on 30 or 55 and Udini on 55 of 89. Run rate now moving up to nearly 3.7 per over, and she comes, bowls slightly on the onside, and Conio comes up and fields that one easily, no run. Isabel in once more, pushes down, swing and a miss. Yes, I'm sure the UAE girls will come once more. Punished on the offside that time through to point, no run, backing up. Well done. It's the crazy time of the innings now, guys, with 4 overs to go, 169 runs on the board and wickets in hand. There's going to be some action here, I can tell you. It's going to be flat chat from now on. The only issue is we still haven't determined whether it was cramp or a slight injury, and hopefully the Not the ladder, because we don't want an injured player, but maybe just a little bit of cramp. H and I get cramped just climbing up the stairs here to the commentary box, don't we, H? It's a climb, a perilous one. Pialke Siaka comes into bowl, in she comes, well pitched up. Slight fumble, I'm not sure she's going for the run out there, but she's desperate to get back. We're now sitting on 100 and just wait for it to tick over. Kenny on 32, 170 for 5, run rate on 3.68. I know the high standard Siaka sets for herself. She'd be disappointed with that one as she comes into bowl once more. Got underneath one slightly, a swing and a miss. And that's a sort of a shot of a tired player, HA. Grueling conditions, and hats off again to the UAE girls. They arrived, and one day later they were playing a one-day international on unfamiliar turf, and she comes once more. Another drive and a miss. Or has she? I think that's the wicket we were after, but something's happened here. Has Brenda caught one in the gob or in the chest? Yeah, they're waving, and for Brenda to be haunched over like that, that must be a nasty one, I think. So what's happened there? We'll have to check. We're just again hesitating here. There has been a wicket fall, and it was a catch here. Watching once more. Oh, that's a nasty one. It's really jumped up off the leg, got a thin edge, and the umpire's given that out, a little caught, but it's, I reckon it's hit Brenda in the throat and then she's caught it. Hey, so very painful injury. You just see the love and respect they have for their captain. They've all gathered around her, giving her support. But knowing I've been hit in the face a few times myself with a cricket ball, it's not pleasant, is it, HA? Very painful thing. So fingers crossed, not only for the last couple of overs here for the PNG girls, but the fact that Brenda is probably the numero uno bat in a lot of regards. Knowing Brenda, she won't let that deter her. So the physio's out there now. I think it might be Maria is looking after her. It is Maria. We're lucky too, guys. We've got our St John's ambulance team there as well. So if there is some medical action required, then we've got really good backup people here to help Brenda in her task. But there's a silence falling over the pitch here. All fingers crossed Brenda's okay to keep playing. It's an interesting one, H, because Brenda wasn't wearing a helmet. Do you think in the next few years it'll be mandatory for wicket keepers to wear helmets? Yeah, I agree. It's not worth it. You can see why she wouldn't. It is very hot out there, and not very comfortable to wear a helmet. So we'll go through the scorecard again. We're on 6 for 171, 46.3 overs. Kenny on 33 from 59. Batsmen out. Great innings. We forgot with Brenda's injury, we forgot to acknowledge Udini's beautiful 50, 55, 56 side. She did come in at a difficult stage in proceedings and manufactured a really nice innings and a couple of partnerships there to get to the score as it is. So we're looking at around about 3.3 overs to go. Their aim most likely would be around an 190 odd, but you never know. If Kenny can get a few away, we might even push the 200 mark, so that would be a good thing. Again, our thoughts are with Brenda Tao. She's still down and still getting the best of care. It shows the, to catch that ball, H. I think if I'd been hit like that, I would just let it drop to the ground, but hopefully she's okay. she's under the best care. Actually, they're taking her stretcher there. So we won't say too much at this moment because H and I aren't doctors, and we just pray that our captain of the PNG team is alright. I know that reading the rules of one-day international ICC cricket, if it is a concussion out there, I think there's a concussion protocol, and we'll check this out with our match referee, etc. later on. And if Brenda is concussed, you can bat the 12th man, whether that be necessary or not. But Brenda's been carried off at this stage, and you're going to have to help me out here, H. You're going to have a new wicket keeper here. They've taken Brenda's pads off. Vari might come on as the keeper, I think, number 7, Naoni. So again, with this happening and a lull in proceedings, we're just praying that Brenda's okay. Even Coach Mahuru's rushed out there to be beside his gallant captain. This shows you everyone's very concerned. Now there, Kila, even Coach Shahmid Raja is out there helping and pointing the way. Straight into the rooms and straight back onto the field. So you know, H is sad and we're all sad here, but cricket's not always the safest game, is it, hey? Dani Darkus, the new batsman. Yep, I'm just double checking that, guys. Dani Darkus, and we know she can actually wield a willow as well. Very gifted all-rounder talent. So she hasn't had the opportunity today, but she's looked quite promising in the other games. So think about the UAE, they bat deep and they bowl deep. Plethora of all-rounders in both sides, which makes for good cricket, H, good variety. Seems an age ago that that wicket was taken, and now the new striker is facing up for the first delivery. And in comes Palke Siaka, well up, pushed onto the onside to the deep mid on. It looks like now Thomas down there. She seems to be everywhere here now. She really does prowl the outfield in a whole lot of different positions. Siaka, she'd be feeling for her friend as well. They've played a lot of cricket together, haven't they, H? In comes Siaka, the veteran. That one's on the off stump, wheeled it away on the off stump, but wheeled it away onto the onside, through for a single. Arne seems to have very nice hands. Vare does. I think she's done a bit of keeping, H. H is nodding. In comes Siaka once more. The loopy one to Dani Darka, and just pushed on the onside. That is the end of a very long over, an over that saw the beloved captain of PNG carried off on a stretcher. We're not sure of the extent of the injury, but we just hope and pray that if it is a concussion that she gets the best care considered that we can possibly give here in Port Moresby. So it's sort of a sadness around the field at the moment, isn't there, H? It's hard to be upbeat. But Dani Darka's out there on 1 from 2. We've got Kenny on 33 or 55. Run rate stayed stable for a fair while at 3.68. 6 for 173, which is a competitive total, and overs remaining at 3. we'll have a report for you when we get back on how our beloved captain is feeling and what the extent of the injuries are, and we'll find out how Brenda is travelling when we come back after the break, the lunch break. Kenny can be very proud of her efforts, the young lady. An excellent knock once more, 33 or 55. And the wily old Ola's coming in 1 for 11. She hasn't played a lot of one-day internationals, Konya, so she'll be lapping this up. In she comes. Right arm loop. Whacked onto the offside. Slight misfield but no run. Konya, I reckon, is going to bowl to the death now. Just got a feel about that. I reckon they'll bowl her right out now. She's only bowled the 6.1 overs, so she's got overs up her sleeve. Comes in, minimum of effort, outside the off stump once more, but pulled around onto the onside. A bit of a cow corner shot that one, H, wasn't it? Hey, a bit like you at beach. It's a H special when he's playing in Hannah Obata, that one it is. Right into that one of the houses sitting over the water there, mate. How beautiful are they, mate? I just love driving past Hannah Obata. Here she comes again. Pushes it through. Again, pulled onto the onside. That's actually ended up at mid-on. And again, no run on that occasion. So I know what Dunny Adaka's thinking. If it's there, she's going to have a whack at it, that's for sure. Will she go straight this time? We've got a deep mid-off. And I reckon still there's a chance over mid-on there to really whack it over the top of there and get a 4. Here she comes. Maybe that's her intention. This one was pushed onto the offside. They're looking for a second, but never there. Is your house on the water, H? Or inland a little bit?
At my family house.
Family house is over the water. Tell you what, you wouldn't want to sleepwalk there, would you, H? My goodness me. Sorry, I'm going to, again this time on the onside, it's backward of fine leg, or I thought if it was going squarely, we couldn't see initially, but down to the boundary line for 4 runs. Just slide slightly onto the onside. It wasn't really a bad delivery, but it was enough for them to get that tickle around. And Kenny well and truly has a eyes in now at 58 balls. In comes a order, bit of loop, and pushed down to mid on once more. It's been out to Tubarisia many times, H, in Tubarisia, yeah. We call it Tubarisia many times, and walked along the little deckways there. Quite perilous in some occasions, isn't it? What a beautiful village that is, eh? We went out and ran clinics there about 6 weeks ago, didn't we, mate? What a day that was. Picnic and little mini matches. Tried out some of the new cricket PNG games, the book we decided on. It's just a glorious day. We're going to do a lot more of that when all this international stuff is finished. So H is not only a man of all seasons, he's a man of great skill when it comes to clinics and things and running little mini matches. I think in Australia we call it Kanga cricket, but you guys call it Creo cricket? Creo cricket. Kenny on strike. We're looking over to see how things are going in the rooms there. 39 from 59, run rate 3.75, 6 for 180. They would be pushing for 20 runs off the last 2, but that will be optimistic. In comes Tom to bowl, and Murray gets hit down the field once more for 1. The Lowers would be happy with that. Siaka's taking over control of captain, I'd say. Is that correct? It's good to have such an experienced person being able to take the reins when someone else goes down. Dani Darker in, facing up to the right hand medium pace of Tom. Slower ball, pushed down again through mid on. Only the 1 run. Did you see who the 12th man, the 12th man came on, the 12th player? We'll have to sort that out later on. We've got a couple of subs there, but I think it's Dicker, is that correct? Dicker Lower. She's a very good fields person, a handy sub. In comes Tom. Slightly shorter, good change of length there. And Kenny was through a shot before the ball had got to her, so a dot ball is an important one at this stage of proceedings. So I'm sure that Maurie's got a mentor there when she wants to learn new skills, that Siaka passes on that wisdom to her. I'm sure that with a very well disguised slower delivery on that occasion. Vary the length. In comes Tom. That time it's knocked the middle and off stump back, and that's bowled. But Kenny wouldn't be disappointed with that. She knew she had to go for them. That's a splendid inning once more. 40 of 62 deliveries. Bowled Tom. Again, a slight change of pace. Rolled the fingers along that one, I think, and it went straight on in. Powered into the middle and off stump. So checking the scores once more, it's vital. 7 for 182 of 48.4 overs. Dani Darker's on 3 not out, and the new batsman is... Let us work this out. Just looking for that blessed number 15. Gokali. Sia. She likes to be called Sia, like see you later. So Sia Gokali. Let's get my pronunciations right. Sia Gokali. That sounds posh, doesn't it, eh? H like that one. Touch of French in that one. And she comes, Tom, with a wicket off the last delivery. It's been a splendid over this one. 1 wicket for only 2 runs with 2 to go. You can tell it's really blowy and windy out there at the moment. Right arm over the wicket, Tom, to the new batsman. Carly pushes forward, gets it past the bowler, which is disappointing for her, but only 1 run, so not too... Oh, there's going to be a double up here. There's that fumble again. Honestly, H, you cannot trust it out there. It's you've got to get everything behind. You've got to go back to when you're a 10 or 12-year-old and the coaches say get everything behind the ball. So there's only going to be 1 there, but that extra run now puts the pressure back onto the bowler, who's now got 4 runs off the over, and it brings the run rate up to 3.77, 7 for 184 of 48.5. In comes Tom to bowl. Once this is worked around to the onside to backward square leg, no panic there, guys, no overthrows. Always 1. So well batted, girls. You've got the strike rotating again. There's 1 over to come. Who will bowl the over, do you think? What's going to happen here? I reckon it's going to be Conio who's going to bowl the last over. It is. H is happy with that too. It's funny, when the cricket first started in this form, H, that you'd never bowl the spin bowlers in the last 10 overs, and how things have changed. Changed for the better, hey? Now, we said Siaki's taken over control there. Siaki's taken over control. She's trying to make sure this field is set. And in she comes, right arm over the wicket. Floats that one up to the new batsman. Push, nothing silly, girls. Dot ball, we don't want overthrows. So I'm sure Siaka's saying, calm down, guys, calm down. Dot ball's as good as a wicket at this stage of proceeding, H. The dot ball's as good as a wicket. In comes Ohola. She pushes that one through onto the back foot. And just relax, guys. There's always 1 there. Get behind the ball and just get it back. That's more like it. Stay calm, don't panic, H. We're going to make a saying up. Cricketing saying. Stay calm, don't panic. Next one. And she comes. Pushes that one through, a pull down onto the onside. The old cow corner shot, H, they call that in Australia. And that's 1 run. I don't think those savoury shapes are going to see tomorrow though, H. We're going to smash her as soon as this finishes. So Once again, Ayola's done a great job for her team today. 1 for 20 off 7.3, and she comes. It's a sweep shot on that occasion, but taken by the substitute keeper. No run. 1 for 20 off 7.4. Be fitting if Coney had got a second wicket here. I reckon she deserves it, mate. In she comes. Pushes it through. And this one's worked backward a square. That's a lovely, that is a stunning shot. 4 runs. Golkali's renowned for her late order hitting. I've been reading her resume, and that is an absolute blinder of a shot. Yeah, you know, there's not much wrong with that delivery, H, but you just got inside of marginally short and whacked down there for 4 runs, where the gaps are. But to PNG's credit, they've stuck with the offside field for most of these 50 overs, becoming right arm over the wicket. She can't afford to strain to the legs. She pushed this one on the off stump. Again, it's got through. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. 1 run there. Hold the ball. Relax. 1 run only. Is that over, H? Can you just double check that? Is that over, or was there a no ball? I've got over in my calculations. Anyway, there's a 7th ball here. And easy does it. Easy now. I know that he now knows that's the last ball. Did we miss something there, H, do you think? Because my calculations, there were 7 balls in that over. And I can't recollect a no ball of any size, shape or description, so I think the umpire's having a chat out there now. Match referee will have a look at that one during the break, I reckon. Adjustments will be made. So thank you, everyone. You probably realise they're going to make a signal down here to the scorers, and I'm going to think they're going to say 1 run should be deducted from our total there. So well done, umpires. You recollected that problem, I think, and I'm sure they'll make it clear during the break. Congratulations to Halloy again, guys. We can see out the window today he was a very brave trooper at the start of the day, getting out there wiping the windows. And our thoughts again are with our captain, Brenda Tao. We just hope everything's okay as the roller comes out. Varney's proud of this pitch, and so he should be. Look at that score, 193 off 50 overs. And we said, looking at that Manhattan graph, you can see the bulk of the runs were coming in those last 30 to 50 over mark, and that's what you really should have in a good 1-day ODI pitch. So well done to the boys out there. Have a break, have some lunch, and we'll catch you in around 25-30 minutes. Thank you. confident. We did say at the start of today's play they'd be looking for a score around about 200 runs, and that's come across quite significantly a prediction that we actually got right. So once again, congratulations to the grounds people. They've done a marvellous job, Varney and the boys, getting this pitch to a really good standard where 200 runs was achievable, and that's something we said as the week goes on, the pitch will dry out. It's still got a good covering of grass, so there's no cracks. There won't be any cracks. I've been reassured about that, and it that at this stage Brenda won't be batting, Brenda Tao won't be batting, so having a good look. H has got the binoculars out or waiting for that to come up, and then we'll see who else is opening, but we're pretty sure, and I predicted that this might be the most vital stage of the whole game when the opening bowlers come in, and we look at there, it's going to be Dani once again bowling. We're just checking out the window here, which is a lot cleaner than yesterday, so thank you again. Dani Daka is coming in from the Manu end, right arm over the wicket, and of all the medium pacers, I think she in some ways has been the most impressive for the UAE team. In that case also the PNG team. She's got a little bit of zip, moves the ball off the seam, a little bit in the air, and having a feel of that wind out here, she's going to have the wind behind her over her right shoulder. It's a strange wind today, nearly from the east, probably more from the southeast. So a very warm wind today, blowing off the land. Usually it's a nice tropical breeze today. It's more like a northerly wind that blows in Melbourne over the summer months. So in we come, Varney on strike. Dani Daka outside the off stump, swing and a miss, and a wide ball called from umpire O'Ala. So proceedings have started, guys. There's a bit of hesitancy there. The canner. H is looking. In comes Dani Daka. Rolls the fingers on that one. Thick edge to point. No run. Very much like Brenda, mate. That's a great comeback, isn't it? Hey, she was in a world of pain and a world of trouble. Couldn't catch her breath. Was finding it difficult to speak. But yeah, let's fingers crossed it is Brenda out there and she's okay. Next ball, fourth ball, another wide's call, but a bit of outswing there. Dani Daka just struggling with the fact she's got a lovely breeze behind her at the moment, and just straying outside the off stump, which is unusual what she's dished up in the first two games. So we have a deep fine leg at this stage. You can see KT down there, Katie Thompson at fine leg, and the rest is just your regular regulation field. We're looking at a deep third man as well. Dani Daka comes in, bowls to up, well left outside the off stump. So two legitimate balls and two wides brings it on to none for two. Welcome back, guys. Sorry we weren't out having lunch. We've been here the whole time, but we had some technical difficulties. So hopefully they're eradicated now. We did mention our prayers with Brenda. I think she's in good hands at the moment. It appears like a nasty whack to the throat, and that caused her to be quite distressed with the fact that she was struggling to breathe and also quite a deal of discomfort as well. So here we go. We're back to the action at number 7. Dani Daka into bowl. We did mention at the start of the day as well that she can be the real danger person in this role of being the quickest of the medium pacers in the UAE. But with a really blowy wind out there at the moment, it hasn't been the most accurate of starts compared to her other two performances. So she'll get her line right, I'm sure, once she gets that length right with a little bit of outswing as she bowls to Raja Durai up just on off stump, push casually out to the cover or point position for no run. So Vale's on naught of 7. She'll be looking for a better score today. She'll build on that, I'm sure. She knows she's got a lot of, not pressure on at the moment, but a lot of responsibility in terms of it. I'd be doubtful if Brenda could front up to bat today. The other issue we haven't been able to find out, I know there's a concussion protocol in ODI ICC cricket, but with an injury such as Brenda's, we're just trying to find out whether a substitute can bat for her, but I'm not 100% sure. Just on the off stump, that one moved in slightly shorter and well left by Raja Durai. What a delightful shot she had. Naoni Vade is yet to score. I can see her being a key figure for the next couple of games as well. She looks very determined out there today. The ever reliable Cote opening with a leg spin bowler. I know that Tim Payne, the ex-Australian cricket captain, would be delighted with that. H is delighted with it. And we've seen 3 or 4 leg spin bowlers in this series so far, and they're all slightly different. In she comes. Right arm over the wicket to Vade. Vade gets on the front foot, pushes that one to mid to the covers. No run. Kote seems to have found a length, and it must be difficult bowling into that stiff breeze and trying to maintain your length and line. Dip, and she comes. Right arm over, slightly short on that one. Is one that we're hoping to get away if you were Vade, but it's been called a wide down the leg side. We haven't seen this in the first 2 games, and it's definitely H. It's definitely to do with those windy conditions out there. As I said, it's a really warm wind today. It's used to get a lovely sea breeze coming through here, but today it's more like a Melbourne wind in the middle of December or January. She comes a bit more loop, pushed a big call, big LBW appeal, given not out by umpire Helen Attai. Have another look at that one. He seemed to be pushing down leg side. RA takes strike once more over the ball. Again that time, and that is out. That is plumb as you can get. So Naoni out, LBW bowl Kote for a duck. She'd be very disappointed after coming off great form in Fiji. Runs have been hard to come by here back at home. Once again, the variety, that is plumb. She moved back onto the onside after it struck, but I reckon that was hitting middle stump about halfway up. So again, well done to Kote. She's been a consistently accurate bowler, but it brings Hanau Thomas in on strike, and Hanau and Raja Durai, as you would remember, 2 of the mainstays of the PNG batting lineup. She's taken Brenda's place, and I know having extra responsibility won't be a big burden to Hanau. She's a very polished performer in all aspects of the game, whether it be fielding, bowling, in this case coming in at number 3, which is said to be the position that is probably the most important in some regards. Some of the cricket nations around the world play their best player at 3 or 4, so I know Ricky Ponting used to like to back at 3 or 4. Marnus Labuschagne in Australia's put his head up to take up that position again this year. As far as Henel's concerned, chasing 194 at 1 for 8, she knows she's got to dig in there for the first 10 to 15 overs and hopefully be the springboard for attack later in the innings like the UAE did with 5 wickets at hand at the end. No slip in place for leg spinner. We have a short fine leg. Backward point, short cover, mid off, and that's pushed to the point range position, no run. As we said, if you can hang in here for 3 or 4 overs on this pitch, it gets so much easier. So for a PNG sake, just hang in there, guys. The runs will come. One's a little bit quicker through the air, taken by the keeper. Satish, no run. What's on strike? Again, not a whole lot of spin there, but I know with the guile of Cotty, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, and that's what the batsman's job is, to watch those fingers closely and just ascertain what she's going to do with the ball. You can see the worm there was consistent all the way through to 193, and the good thing in the last 15 overs, there weren't a whole lot of wickets falling, which meant the batsman at the crease could nicely build an innings and rotate the strike. Sumaya Danidaka from the Bassini end, right arm over the wicket. That one's a little outswinger. That's the one she delivered so beautifully in the first 2 games. 2. The danger girl, they say. Thing is, with this UAE team, there's no respite, because as soon as Scotty goes off, I'm sure they'll think about bringing Michelle Bolter down from this end too. So from the Bassini end, slight reset, very casually pushed back by Henal Thomas. So two batsmen, a bit of Australian experience here too as they come in. Once more push through a bit quicker on that occasion, and push back for the bowler. Slightly outside the off stump, push to point, no run. Just tickle round the corner to backward square leg, once again no run. And now being a young player to the game, but experience in terms of her travel experience, and that she's not being rushed at all. She'll wait for the bad ball and hopefully, for her sake, punish it. That's definitely not a bad ball. Very accurate, very controlled, and a bit of variety as well. Once again, that one's the one with loop. Could have been slightly uppish, but he now watched that straight onto the batter with no short mid off or no short mid on. Very safe in a one-day international context. So after 6 overs, we've got 1 for 8. We've got 3 overs. Well, sorry, Scotty's got 3 overs, 1 maiden, and the worm isn't turning at this stage of proceedings, but early days yet. With 1 batsman down, that probably brings it to 2 for 8. So hence the conservative approach. Back to Dani Dhaka. I'm sure she'll bowl on over about 5 overs here and then have a break and be ready to bring it on later in the innings. In she comes, that once pushed onto the pad and pushed straight back to Dani Dhaka, no run. Dani Dhaka to Rajadurai. So he played inside that one, watched it through to the keeper. Again, a dot ball. No, I chatted to H before the game, and we talked about how were they going to use Conio as a sort of big hitter option, and I'm sure they'll be waiting just to see how the partnership develops, and then using her in terms of when the shines off the ball a little bit more. In comes Dani Dhaka, pushed onto the stumps and just casually pushed out to cover, and Botha, the angular figure of Michelle Botha, she'll be warming those fingers up, I reckon, H. She could prove pretty difficult on this little bit spin friendly wicket. Tension's mounting here in the box, isn't it? short, fine leg, no run. Kote to bowl, Thomas to face. Thomas watches that one very, very carefully onto the bat. What a great opportunity for the two batsmen today to build a partnership and to build a reputation for themselves as well. In she comes once more, short outside the off stump, pushed, and that one through the gap, and that one is impeccably timed by Thomas, through to the gap for 4 runs. The captain might have got a hand on that one, but it was really travelling, wasn't it? It was a shorter one to hit. And as we said, we didn't see a lot of that in the first 2 games, but the conditions for bowling today are difficult for spin bowlers, especially wrist spinners like Kote, because the wind is blowing a semi-gale here. We're shaking around a little bit in our box up here at the Bassini end. Kote won't be deterred. This one will be up, this one will be on the spot. I predicted it, and it is. Well bowled. Thomas takes stance over the wicket. Comes Kote. That one's down the leg side. I think Tomo's got a bit of bat on that. It has. It's gone to backward square leg, and 1 metre either way, and that was another 4 runs coming there. Where we do have a backward. I'm just trying to see at the side there. We have a backward square leg as well, nearly right on the fence. Just forward square leg on the fence. Push through. Thomas watches that one onto the bat, back to the bowler, no run. And that's the over 4 off. Score check 1 for 16 off 8. Run rate was easy to work out. How many 8s in 16 makes 2? H is impressed with my maths. And now it's a matter of building that. I think the ending run rate for the UAE team was around about 3.6, 3.7, so that's what they'll be aiming at. Run rate now required though is 4.24, but that's going to go down as the batsmen get their iron and start to play more shots. So target's 194, a reasonable start, but you've got to remember if Brenda can't bat, it's really 2 for 16, and the other issue is Brenda is a left-hander, which makes it more difficult for the bowling team if she's in there, and she's also a glorious bat as well, probably our most polished bat person, so, or batter. In comes Danny Ducker in, bowls stump to stump on that occasion and pushed back by Rajaduro. Oh, that one lifted off a length, and Rajaduro slaps her hip with there's nothing you could do about that one, hey? That is jumped up off a length. We'll have a look once more. Have a look at this. Yep, that's really leapt off a length. So we examined the pitch with a fine-tooth comb this morning and see no cracks, but that's just been rolled over. I think she's rolled the fingers over the top of the ball with that one. It's just jumped. So in comes Danny Ducker, right arm over the wicket. Again, a bit of a twist on the hands as the ball's released. No run. We did talk in the break about one day I'm sure wicket keepers will have compulsory helmets, but from what we saw from the vision of Brenda, it would have missed the helmet anyway because it hit her in the throat region. Danny Ducker comes in. Whoa, again a bit of loopy bounce on that one. A few questions to excuse me, Esha Oza after, and said she has got a bowling weapon. Love to see her bowl in Perth, H. I tell you what, she gets some bounce and movement there. So Danny Ducker, very impressed. Rajaduro, the good thing about Raja is she can miss one, misplay, edge one, but she never worries about it. She just moves on to the next ball. That one's slower, fuller pitch, slightly outside the off stump. hatch blowing off heads. You can see that Satisha's gone for the helmet, even though it's very hot out there. Maybe she's saw what happened to Brenda and said, look, I think she always wears the helmet anyway. I think it might be the policy. And she comes once more. Full pitch. Score check once more. 1 for 16 off 9. Nani Dako 5 overs, 2 maidens, and the 10 runs only. Partnership so far is 8 runs between these two batsmen. Rajadura on 4th from 18 and Thomas on 4 from 15. The ever reliable Kote coming into bowl once more. Saricha Kote. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Thomas. Thomas gets down on a knee and sweeps that one backward a square, and there's no stopping that one. She's shellacked that one backward a square leg for 4 runs. Shot this time onto the back foot, just pushes that one out to the covers, no run. Kote found the length once more, off stump, pushed out to the covers, and a repeat performance. Through. A bit quicker on that occasion. Some of the variety we've seen is definitely up there. I think the more you bowl into the wind, the more you're going to realise you're going to have to really put it onto the off stump, because anything short has been hit for 4, and with 5, I think it's a 4-5 field, it's very hard to get the control just right. See, that one's onto the legs again. Umpire calls a wide. And that's because of the wind, definitely, because we never saw any of that in the other 2 games because we didn't have these windy conditions. Thomas on 8, Rajadurai on 9. And for the first time in this innings, we've seen Kote coming right arm around the wicket. She walks in front of the umpire and gets that one outside the off stump. Looking for one and getting one. Looking for 2 but not getting 2. That's the over again, guys. Good comeback there from Kote. 1 for 12 of 4, 5 overs. So that's nothing wrong with those handy figures. Thomas on 9, Rajadurai on 9, 2.20 is the run rate, and the worm is still not turned. The girls would have been talking out there and sharing their knowledge of the game and saying what we need now is to get to that 20 over mark with hopefully no other wickets lost. That would be their aim. Probably the run score around about 50, that would be nice, but not essential. Thomas, some disciplined innings. Now she's facing the wiry medium pacer of Dani Daka. Samira, in she comes. On pushed to the offside, gets through the gap, and an easy single and back for 2. She times the ball impeccably, doesn't she, H? Just a minimum of effort is pushed and she got 2 runs. Like a forward defensive shot. It's a sign of a good bat. Back on strike once more. Angular figure. Similar build to Michelle Botha in a lot of regards. But in comes Dani Ducker. That one's pushed up. That's a Yorker that's gone through the gap, and that is a gem. That is an absolute gem of a delivery. So Thomas out for 11, but that was a gem of a delivery. Just couldn't jam down on that quick enough. Probably thought initially that it might have been a full toss, or maybe it was up there to drive. But now at 2 for 24, the PNG girl Lowers would be a bit disappointed with that. Oh yes, that's a good nut. Now my notes this morning, and the question I've asked is this going to be the difference? Samaya Dani Daka, can she get through now? H and I discussed this, but from my thing, I think it's Connie has come out. Is that correct? Yes, it is. So that means very doubtful whether Brenda Tao will bat today. Far more important things are our health. And, this will be very interesting because remember we're at the 10.2 over mark, so we've got a few more overs to go in this power play. With only two fielders out, it might give Connie a chance to have a few free hits into the outfield. Awala on 0, Roger Duray on 9, run rate 2.32, 2 for 42 of 10.2, but we're still not sure whether that's 3 for 24, and we'll try to find out as the innings goes by. Target 194, that's a great wicket for the UAE girls. It was starting to meander on a little bit there, and we thought we might be able to get Henao into a bit of form there, but that ball was a beauty. In comes Dani Daka. O'Reilly gets right behind it, pushes out onto the offside, no run. Told by the amount of times the bails are blowing off the top of the stumps, it is a bail. I'm not sure if you can hear the wind echoing through our little sleep out up here. Dani Daka in, and a shot you don't see a lot from Conia, the forward defensive shot. It's something she needs to put into her repertoire today, because we know the bowling has been excellent. We also know that if she is out there for 5 or 6 overs, H and I will be under the seat, under the table here, because we reckon we're in perilous danger if she can get a few of those full drives going. And she comes once more, Dani Daka. Conia jams down on that one, and it ends up out at backward or forward square, just on backward square leg, no run. Dani Daka was ready to jump up for the LBW there, I think. It was the LB ball. Come on, Connie, they say. They're all fingers crossed. H has got fingers, toes and everything crossed again. But here we go. Dani Daka, right arm over the wicket. She reaches for that one, and umpire O'Reilly just shakes his head and said, no, not that time. The thing with a windy day like this too, H, it's sometimes hard to hear the snicks. I know having, back in the day we'd play in the thirds and you'd have to umpire the game as well as play, and I dreaded having to do the central bit. I didn't mind square leg, a bit of a bludge out there at square leg, but when you're central sometimes you just couldn't hear the ball. And I know when you give your own players out, it's not a nice feeling when you have to walk back into the club room. Sometimes you just hop in the car and go home. So, yeah. As I said, I could see this happening too. They're going to save a lot of Cote's overs to later on, but when you take the impeccable leg spinner off and bring an impeccable left arm orthodox on, it's not much difference really. I know the leggies tend to spin it a bit more, but Walther has an impeccable way of getting straight onto line straight away, so there's no let up for the PNG Lowers at all. Connie will be saying, let me hit with the wind, she'd be saying, so maybe she wants to get down the other end, but we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the offside, 4 on the on. Remember, still only 2 players out as she comes in and bowls. That one's short outside the off stump and punched to point. No run. Yes, we've actually got 2, 4, 6 on the offside, 4 on the on, as we said, which is a similar tactic to what the PNG guys did in their innings. A big shout for LBW, and that is out. Yep, that is out. Rajaduro's back on the stumps, the ball came on, going to plummet into middle and off, and that is LBW any day of the week, H. So we're in trouble now, or the PNG guys are in trouble at 3 for 24. Rajadura, LBW, she watched the ball, yeah, that was going to hit high on the off, on middle and leg maybe. We're on a slight angle here, but an easy decision for umpire Arte to make. No complaints there. So Ara's on 0. Siaka's coming in now. We've got an experienced combination, or not in terms of one-day cricket, but a combination that could do some damage here if they hang around long enough. The girls were saying they had a ball at Nature Park the other day, seeing tree kangaroos like we said, and they're just wondering what they're doing tomorrow. The rumour is they might be going to the rugby, but I'm not 100% sure. After being in the sun all day, they might at least like to sit by the pool or relax in their room, maybe do a bit of shopping at Vision City, read a book, watch a movie. I'm not quite sure. H will be able to tell me. I think the Fiji Bate are playing, is that correct? Yeah. Against the Cook Islanders, plus the PNG Orchids in the ladies tournament are against the Cook Islanders as well. Both a left arm around the wicket, left arm orthodox, floats that one up a little bit. Oh, a French card. Oh no, there's been a real mix up here. The appeal, and that is out. There's a big mix up there. And that's a tragedy for PNG, H. That is a tragedy. The acting captain, yes, no, wait. It's the old situation. And Siaka marches back to the pavilion, holding the bat upside down with a noted that she's gone out for a first ball duck, and without really having a chance to build an innings. So that's a catastrophe for PNG. But what it does now, it opens up opportunities for some guys who haven't had much of a show so far in the tournament. So from a negative comes a positive. Siaka out for a duck, run out. And at 4 for 24. With a wicket, then a wicket, it's a golden duck without actually getting a chance to hit a run. What Connie has to do now is put that behind her to talk to a new incoming batsman and just say, look, let's build, we've got plenty of time. Muria's in, is that correct, Rayon? Muria's in to bat. Both are played elegantly into the offside, no run. Both are once more at 4 for 24. That one's a floaty one. That's pushed on the onside uppishly, but as we said, with no silly mid on or silly mid off. It's no use sighing, is there? You don't see that field in cricket very often in the one day form of the game. Again, pushed upishly on the onside, no run. Connie is still bashing a bat into a pad. She's just got to put that behind her. It happens in cricket. It's just one of those things. Don't worry about it. Really was Conio's call there. I think it had gone backward a square. H is nodding again. So I'm not sure if Conio said yes, then said no. I'm not sure, quite sure. But she knows she's facing now. She cannot let that get inside her head, because all that will do is cause her to make a mistake when she's facing up now. So Conio. Samara Danidaka. Danidaka into Bolto. Yeah. And it's knocked her leg stump out. So again, an excellent spell of bowling from Danidaka. We did mention at the start of the day, guys, that we thought she was a danger person, the danger bowler, and it's proving very true with this wind behind her now. She's got her tail up, and that is a gem of a delivery. Just watching once more, made her come off Conio's pad onto the stump. So that's another tragedy for PNG. Now 5 for 24. With one of our most experienced hitters hitting the track as well. So our next batsman in is Gower Tom. Gower's been around the trap. She knows what it's all about. She knows now she's got plenty of overs to hit an innings or build an innings, and she's got to be the leading figure here out with Miria Rayo. She's got to be the one that guides these two to the next. Let's make it 8 overs and see if we can get to 50 runs. Not used to this sort of position, hey, being their backs against the wall. They've been dominant over the past 6 months. This will be great learning for them. I'm sure they'll bounce back whichever way this goes. We'll see another tight tussle on Sunday. Danidaka, tail up, right arm over. That one's the one that cuts back slightly onto the middle stump, pushed out onto the offside, no run. Gower's seen it all before, Gower Tom. Leo, Miria. Run rates drop below 2 now. In comes Danidaka, right arm over the wicket. Ooh, a play and a miss. That's another gem of a delivery, hey? It's the one that's really hard when you first come out here. Your feet aren't moving and you sort of reach for it outside the off stump. So beautifully bowled. Soraya's doing her country proud at the moment. Danidaka, right arm over. And it's knocked the middle and leg stump out. The feet weren't moving there from Gower. Standing stationary in the crease, and it really did plummet into those stumps with a great rate of knots. So disappointment from Gower. She bowled well but couldn't repeat it with the bat. Gower out for a duck. And the landslide continues, H. H is shaking his head, but you've got to take your cap off. The bowling's been excellent. Six for 26 now, 6 for 24. Isabel Tallard's coming into bat. We still haven't seen our captain, and I very much doubt if she'll be batting today. It would be a mistake. She's not feeling well at all. Dani Daka 3 from 12 or 6.4. Isabel Tower on 0. Miria Rayo on 0. Isabel with a big job now, a massive job. Can she rebuild? Dani Daka in, full length again, big appeal, and that's out. And that's going to be a hat-trick ball, and that's been given out straight away. It looked pretty adjacent from here. And that's devastating for the Gowers, eh? Devastating for Isabel. Oh, it's an interesting one, isn't it, H? She didn't really get across the stumps there, but I'd say it hit the right leg, and she doesn't seem to be remonstrating anyway. So I think in that case, plummeting into leg stump, mate, hey? And she comes. Have a look at this, slow motion. We're not at the right angle here. Yep. She had shuffled, and it would have taken leg and a little bit of middle, maybe. So the thing about these umpires, they're not scared to trigger the LBWs out, and that's the way the rules should be, isn't it, HA? So a hat-trick ball, 4 for 12 or 6.5, and she's side because the lefty's in there. Honey Tow's in now, I'd say. Is that correct? Yep, Honey Tow. She's come right out around the wicket. She'll be angling into that off stump, I can guarantee it. It's funny, whenever we used to have hat-trick balls, we'd bring everyone up around the bat. That doesn't seem the ploy anymore, H, does it, hey? I don't want to give easy runs away, even if it's a chance for hat-trick. In comes Dani Daka. Down the leg side slightly, and the very experienced umpire Lakani Oalas just shakes his head. No, the angle of that would have taken it well down the leg side. So well bowled to Shani Daka, 4 for 12 or 6.5, 3 wickets in that over. Yeah, definitely down the leg side, and a very optimistic appeal. Both are coming into bowl now. They'll be very pleased with the performance today. First step was they were brave and they decided to bat. They got a good score on the board of 193, and that's going to be competitive in any one-day ODI Women's International. Especially on a pitch like this, is taking a bit of turn. It's giving the medium paces a bit of a help. And I'm sure they'll be very keen to wrap this up quickly to get out of this hot sun and have a nice drink and maybe a swim down at the Hilton Hotel. And she comes left arm around the wicket. That's a brilliant delivery. That has gripped and spun. And the keeper's actually zipped the bails off on the occasion too. So it's very impressive. They take strike. The experience both of the left arm around the wicket. Some conventional delivery, not much in that one. It's going through a repertoire in the line. Left arm around the wicket. Floats that one up, a little bit of spin, and punched it out to point. Maybe full, maybe the short extra cover there, or the short cover. Poker once more, right on the crease. She uses the crease very cleverly. She gets wide, she gets close to the stump, she buries it up. Never two deliveries the same. And she goes. The first aggressive shot for a while, that's been pushed out to deep mid wicket. And tail facing up. Takes leg, takes centre. And this will be the first time she's actually seen Michelle bowl, I think, from my recollection anyway. I'll check that out later. So left-hander facing the left-hander. She comes. Outside off stump, a bit of spin, a bit of bounce, but slow enough spin and bounce to negotiate easy. Backward a point for 1 run. And that's a relief because at last we're getting some runs on the board that means we're rotating the strike. We'd love to get to 40 and then build it from there. So after 14 overs, 7 for 26. Have a look for these for bowling figures. 4 for 12 of 7, 1 for 12 of 5, and 1 for 2 of 2. That's class bowling, guys, hey? I know what I'd be thinking about now. Will I take Dani Darker off and give her a rest? No. If I was captain, I'd bowl her through now. I'd say, right, you're warmed up. Possible not to be warmed up, but we don't want to have to take you off now. And she comes. And that's a big appeal for LBW. Not out. The angle saved her there. Heading down past leg stump, having another close look at that. In that situation, has to pitch in line and straighten up. So I'm sure umpire Awala would have looked at all of those aspects. It's cut back quite significantly, maybe too much, I reckon, H. I reckon that's cut back so much that this time down the leg side and it's called a wide. Mistakes from Sandy Darker as rare as hen's teeth they are. Dani Darker has bowled impeccably, and this is for the 3rd time in a row. And with figures like 4 for 13, she's still got another couple of wickets up her hands if she can maintain this pressure. Right arm around the wicket. Pushes that one to the offside, does right. That's towel. Back into the onside and a run. A lot of regards about respectability now, isn't it, H? To try and score that look lickable because it's 7 for 28. It's a bit sort of, but it's funny. This team, this Laos team, as soon as they have a bad performance, they bounce back with a ripper. So I wouldn't be saying it's all doom and gloom. There's still a game to go on Sunday. And they can turn things around quickly. Dani Darker in, right arm over, just pushes that back down to the bowler, slightly onto the onside, no run. Dani Darker, right arm over the wicket. Rower leans on the bat, flays of that one, hit it hard enough, that's gone down the 3rd man for a run to Katie Thompson, who hasn't had a bowl yet. She's another one of their repertoire of their army of spin bowlers who's difficult to get away. Talent strike. Dani Darker angling the ball in, looking for that line just on off stump, slightly outside in this occasion, and push through the covers. That's a great shot, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. Great effort in the outfield there, but that's a lovely shot to the most positive thing we've seen for a while. That brings Amini on to 6, as my calculations are right. Run rate 2.20, 7 for 33. Rao backing her up now, 2 off 10, and they're starting to get their eye on these two. It's a beautiful shot, isn't it, H? Huh? H is nodding. H is nodding. Drinks break and we'll have a break. Is that working though? It's working. Players back to positions now after that well-deserved drink break, especially for the girls from UAE. They've bowled good line, good length, and a lot of variety too, and that's what happens when you've got 6 bowlers on the one side, each with different skill sets. Both are 1 from 2 off 2. She got the good one with the bat today, but her bowling's been just as good as the other 2 games. She's been superb. Have a look at that partnership. There's not a lot happening between the 3rd wicket through to the 7th. A lot of naught-run partnerships there, which is a disaster. So can we turn it around to a certain degree? And Michelle Bother will be trying to finish this off as quickly as she possibly can. Left arm around the wicket. Push back to the bowler by Rayo. And Murray is doing Miriam realises this is a big chance this time to bat through for, what are we looking at? We've still got, if she bats well, 35 odd overs to go. An aggressive shot on that occasion, and that's out. Aggressive but high, not really what we wanted. Another wicket falls. This time Rao up for 2 from 11. And the patience we had in the first 2 games from the PNG batters hasn't been here today. She's hit right across the line of that one, hitting against the spin and looped out and caught by Cotti. A lot of high fives, and deservedly so, with our 8 for 33. I think this will be the last over. We're just still trying to get clarity on whether there is a replacement for Brenda. I know Brenda won't be coming out. I've sort of got the inkling that won't be the case. I know we've got Maury Tom, is that correct, H? I'm just having a look out there. Yeah, it is Maury Tom. Honey Tower Maury Tom, 8 for 33. Left arm around the wicket. Michelle Botha comes into bowl. Again, that nice loopy action. Variety of deliveries. The one that spins quite sharply, the one that goes on with the arm, the quicker ball that puts you onto the back foot. It's a great repertoire. In she comes. Left arm around the wicket. That's the loopy one. That's a stumping appeal. And as far as I can see, that's been given out as well. We're just looking to see what's happening now. Well bowled. She looped that one outside the off stump, tempting the tail or batsman to come down the pitch to have a hit. And I'm just looking, H is looking. Is that the end of play? Once again, the match referee would know. We've got Peter Parker over there. He'd be informing the PNG Lowers team about the rules. And that is the end of play. So at the final end of play, we've got 9 for 33, all out for 33 after 15.4 overs. Heather left there on 6 of 6. Brenda Towers got naught. She's not going to come out to bat. That would be silly. And there's elation there. Well done. So now the series has gone to 2-1 in favour of UAE, and some thinking to do from the Lowers over the next day or so to see if they can bounce back on Sunday. But well played with the bat. H and I talked about this morning before we were put on air. What would you do if you won the toss today? H was of the feeling that I'd still put the opposition into bat, but when it was the chance for Esha Oza to make a decision today, she said, without even thinking about it, let's bat. Let's put the pressure back onto the PNG guys, because they're going to have to chase against our attack that is full of class, full of patience, full of variety. So well done UAE. That really now puts the pressure back onto PNG to come up with something special on Sunday. Hopefully, we haven't got our advertisement person here today. Rosalind's in the office. She can't say come down to Amini Park because you're going to see an absolute ripper game on Sunday, but H and I are going to say it. Please guys, get down here. You will have an enjoyable game of cricket, a great day out. Go to church early and get down here to Amini Park to have a look at a splendid game of cricket. Remembering when the UAE team were in Zimbabwe not so long ago, it ended up a 2-all series. So for PNG's sake, we hope that's the case. But boy, there was a big gap between the two sides today. And when the captain went down with that nasty injury, it sort of put a real dampener on the rest of the team. Looking at our figures again, 4 for 19 for Dani Darker. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 19, a run rate of 2.38 per over. Kote again, excellent bowling figures. Again coming up with vital wickets at vital stages. And when you look at the worm, that's not a cluster, that's a bunch of grapes, H. That is not a cluster, that's a bunch of grapes, mate. So very sad for the Lowers today. It's unusual for this team to capitulate like that. But what we know about this team, they can bounce back. Again, looking at those partnerships, there's not a lot happening there, H. You see 16 between Rajaduro and Thomas. We had our fingers crossed there. We thought, yeah, this is still a chance. But once Henao was dismissed, things fell apart very, very quickly. Shout out to the umpires again today, guys. Not scared to raise the finger for LBW decisions. And that was consistent for both innings as well. So, yeah, very pleasing for the UAE guys. They can sit back and relax and have a nice day at the Hilton Hotel tomorrow, whereas the Lowers, hopefully they don't have to train, but I'm sure they'll be doing a lot of soul searching about their batting performance, particularly because in the field 193 H, that's a very gettable score if you bat sensibly, if you build partnerships, if you rotate the strike, if you hit the odd loose ball, you can get to that total very, very quickly. But again, it's adapting from 2020 Big Bash to the new form of the game in 50 over cricket, and patience is the name of the game. Thank you guys. We'll hear from us on Sunday.
2 minutes.